Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. It started with the voice on the other end of the phone. A whisper, brittle and cold like a winter wind sneaking under the door. "Don't go back to Blackridge," it said. No name, no context. Just a breathless warning that vanished into the dial tone before Lily could even respond. It wasn't until the third time the voice called that she started taking it seriously. And by then, it was already too late. Lily Graves had no reason to return to Blackridge. Not after what happened. Not after that night in the woods when her brother vanished without a trace, leaving only a crimson smear on a tree trunk and the shredded remnants of his jacket tangled in brambles. That was 15 years ago. She was just 8 then, and for a long time, people believed the trauma had blurred her memory. They said no one could remember what she claimed to remember. The chanting, the flickering lights in the trees, the way the air had felt thick and alive with something ancient and wrong. But the dreams had never stopped. Even now, every few months, she would wake up gasping in her apartment in Chicago, drenched in sweat, hearing her brother scream her name in the dark.
"Lily!"
"Run!" A child's voice, still pleading, still stuck in that forest. Now she sat alone in her car, parked at the edge of Blackridge, with a dead phone and miles of nothing in either direction. The road she'd taken was unmarked, something the GPS refused to recognize, cutting like a scar through thick trees that grew too close to the pavement. Her battery had drained faster than usual, like something was pulling power from it. Just like her rental's radio, which had hissed with static and then silenced the moment she'd crossed the Blackridge sign. That same sign, faded in half, fallen, still bore the blood-colored spray paint GOBACK. No one had lived in the Graves family home for over a decade. Her parents had abandoned it after years of unanswered questions and grief. The last time Lily had been there, the house felt like it was mourning too, its wallpaper peeling like dead skin, its floorboards groaning like they were trying to speak. But now, it loomed ahead of her through the dusk like it had been waiting, its gabled roof bowed and windows darkened like closed eyes. She didn't want to step out of the car. Every cell in her body screamed don't. But her legs moved anyway, as if drawn by something deeper than logic. She had to see it again. Maybe to prove it was just a house. Maybe to stop the nightmares. Maybe to understand the call, the whisper that kept telling her to stay away. The front door was unlocked. Inside, the air smelled of mildew and old pine. Dust clung to the light from her flashlight in swirls, shifting like it was alive. The wallpaper in the foyer was the same faded floral pattern she remembered, now bloated with damp and curling at the corners. The floor creaked beneath her, but not just under her feet. There were other groans too, softer, like the house was reacting to her presence. She didn't call out. There was no one to answer, anyway. But something about the silence was wrong. It wasn't empty. It was listening. The stairs to the second floor were still stained with something she remembered from before. A mark no one had ever cleaned. A stain that looked too much like a handprint. She turned away from it and entered the living room. Her flashlight caught the glint of something on the mantel. A photograph. It hadn't been there 15 years ago. It was a picture of her and her brother standing in the front yard in the fall. The edges of the picture were burned, as if someone had tried to destroy it, but their faces were untouched. Smiling. Frozen. She didn't hear the sound behind her. Not at first. It was subtle, like breath, but not hers. Just there, low, steady. When she turned, the room was empty. But the curtain by the window was swaying gently, despite all the windows being shut. Lily left the photo on the mantel and backed out of the room. She needed to check the upstairs. She needed to prove to herself that it was just a house. No ghosts, no whispers, just echoes of a memory she'd twisted over the years. The flashlight flickered once as she reached the top of the stairs. Then again. Then it died. The hallway was black. She tried her phone for backup light, but it was still dead, despite having charged it before leaving. In the darkness, her breathing sounded too loud, too fast. She remembered the room at the end of the hall, her brother's room. She moved toward it blindly, hand on the wall, each step slower than the last. Then she heard it, scraping, something dragging. It came from the other side of the door. Ivan, her voice was barely a whisper. It was absurd, she knew. Her brother was gone, long gone. But something about that sound, something familiar, made her say it. The sound stopped. Silence fell again. Then, slowly, the door began to creak open. But no one was there. The room was empty. At least, it looked empty at first. But as her eyes adjusted, she saw a shape in the far corner. Something hunched and small, child-sized. She stepped inside. The shape didn't move. Her breath caught. She raised her dead flashlight like a weapon. Who's there? The shape shifted, and the last rays of daylight through the grimy window caught a face. It was a mask. A porcelain child's mask, white with rosy cheeks and hollow black eyes. It was sitting on top of a bundle of something that looked like clothes. No, it was a doll. A hand-stitched doll in a child's hoodie, red, just like the one Evan wore the night he vanished. But it had no face, just thread where eyes and a mouth should be. One of its hands was missing, the other curled around a key. She stepped closer, heart pounding. The mask stared up at her, still, silent. She crouched and reached for the key, barely brushing it before. The closet door burst open behind her. She screamed and spun around, falling backward. But again, no one. Nothing, just emptiness. And in that moment, she heard something that made her skin crawl louder. A child's giggle echoing from the hallway, followed by a rush of footsteps, small ones, darting past the room. Lily bolted out after them, heart slamming in her chest. The hallway was still empty, but at the far end, the attic door had opened. The string that dangled from the ceiling, a string she remembered never being able to reach as a kid, was now swaying. Something had pulled it down. Or someone. She didn't want to go up there. Every horror story started like this. The attic, the dark, the footsteps of someone who shouldn't exist. But her hand closed around the string anyway. She pulled. The attic ladder groaned as it dropped. The air that spilled out was cold, colder than it should have been. She climbed slowly, every step creaking under her weight, every breath loud in her ears. At the top, she froze. The attic wasn't empty. It was filled with toys, hundreds of them. Dolls, stuffed animals, marbles, all arranged in a circle, neat, precise, like someone had set up a shrine. In the center, a small wooden box, old, carved with strange shapes that looked like trees and eyes. She stepped forward and lifted the lid. Inside was a cassette tape, labeled in red ink Afar LOY. She hesitated. There was an old player beside it, dusty but intact. She slid the tape in and pressed play. At first, static, then a voice, her brother's voice. If you're hearing this, it means they let you come back. I don't know why. I don't know what they want. But Lily, listen to me. Don't trust the lights. Don't follow the laughter. And whatever you do, don't look under the house. Then the tape stopped. Lily stared at the player. Her brother's voice. After all these years, it sounded older, tired. But it was him, it was him. Then, behind her, another sound, a whisper. But this time, it was inside the attic with her. You shouldn't have come back. She turned. Flashlight still dead, and saw nothing. But in that moment, the toys began to shake. One by one. A slow tremble that became a rattle. And then, the doll from Evan's room stood in the doorway. It had moved. Its stitched hand pointed at her. Then it dropped to the floor. The attic ladder slammed shut on its own, and Lily was trapped. In the dark, with the toys that were no longer still, and the laughter that no longer echoed from far away, but whispered directly in her ear. She didn't scream. She couldn't. The breath froze in Lily's lungs as she stood rigid in the attic. The echo of her brother's voice, still hanging in the stale air. The cassette tape crackling softly like a dying heartbeat. All around her, the toys trembled in unison. Plastic eyes gleaming, stitched smiles stretching too wide, as if mocking her fear. Something had woken them, or something had used them. Either way, they weren't just things anymore. They were part of whatever this was. The silence that followed wasn't comfort. It was a trap. She could feel it pressing in, as if the house itself was holding its breath, watching her next move. The wooden floor beneath her feet pulsed with an odd rhythm, faint but present, like the house had a heartbeat of its own now. The doll that had appeared in the attic doorway, the same faceless one that clutched a key in the bedroom below, lay where it had fallen. Limp, lifeless once again. But Lily knew better. Things didn't just move on their own. She gripped the attic walls, eyes darting through the half, light as she searched for another way out. Her fingers scraped across a seam in the wall, a small wooden panel, almost invisible against the dark. It was cold, even colder than the air around her, and when she pressed on it, the wood shifted with a groan. The panel creaked open. A crawl space, narrow, black. A hidden part of the house no one had ever mentioned. Not even in the old property records she'd once scoured during a brief obsession in college. There had never been a mention of an attic crawl space. Something inside her screamed to run, but where? The ladder had vanished, as if it had never existed. No exit, no stairs, just this opening. Behind her, one of the dolls tipped over and rolled. It didn't fall naturally. It pivoted like it was watching her. That was enough. She pulled herself into the crawl space, her body compressing into the cold, splintering dark, the stale scent of rot hitting her like a wave. It smelled like something had died here. Maybe long ago. Maybe not. She crawled inch by inch, knees scraping against the rough boards, hands clawing through spiderwebs and filth. Her shoulder brushed something soft, fabric. She turned her head and saw a child's shirt wedged in the wall, torn and stained with something dark. Her stomach turned. It was the same color as Evan's from that night. Same stripes. Same worn patches. What was it doing up here? Her memory began to unravel at the edges. That night in the forest. The lights. His scream. Could they have dragged him back here? Could he have ended up inside the house instead of the woods? The passage eventually widened, ending at a vertical shaft with a rusted ladder bolted into the wall. Below, darkness yawned like an open mouth. The house had no basement, or so she'd always believed. But this shaft dropped far deeper than it should have. She hesitated, then began climbing down, her hands trembling on the freezing metal rungs, the echo of her brother's voice repeating in her head like a prayer. Don't trust the lights. Don't follow the laughter. Don't look under the house. But this was under the house. The air grew heavier as she descended, clammy, sore. The walls turned from wood to packed earth, clawed with deep scratches like something had tried to climb out. At the bottom, her feet touched stone, cold, wet stone, like a forgotten cellar no one had touched in 100 years. Her flashlight still refused to work, but a faint glow pulsed from deeper in the underground. Not electric, not fire. It was green, sickly. It dim, and it came from beyond a rusted iron door hanging crooked on one hinge. She stepped inside. The room beyond wasn't a room. It was a chamber, a hollow beneath the house, with walls that bled moisture and a ceiling carved with symbols. Not language, marks. Circular, spiraled, etched by hand and worn by time. In the center was a circle made of bones, small bones, and in the middle of the circle, another doll. This one had a face, her brother's face, stitched from fabric, its mouth sewn shut with wire, its hands bound with red thread that glistened wetly. Her legs failed her, and she dropped to her knees, bile rising in her throat. The doll's eyes were real, not plastic. Real, and they blinked. It sat up. Lily scrambled backward, her hand finding a stone she could barely lift. She hurled it, but it passed through the doll, scattering the bones without touching it. The figure tilted its head, still watching her. Then it opened its mouth, tearing the wire seam, and spoke. "I remember the trees," it whispered. "I remember the circle. I remember you left me." "No," she gasped, shaking her head. "I didn't. I tried. You ran." Its voice was higher now, almost sing-song. "You looked away." "I didn't," she cried. "I looked back." The light surged, filling the chamber with pulsing green. The symbols on the ceiling began to glow. Somewhere in the distance, something growled, a deep, rumbling sound that felt like it was moving up through the floor. Something big, something waking. The doll stood, Lily backed into the wall, nails digging into damp earth. "You're not him," she whispered, but the doll's voice changed. His voice, Evan's voice. "I didn't want to go," it said. "They took me. They showed me things, Lily. They live under the house. They feed on memories, on names. And now they're hungry again." The green light went out. The silence returned, but not for long. Because behind her, in the darkness, something breathed. Hot, wet, close. She turned, and the flashlight flickered for just a second. Just enough to show her what was in the wall. Not a person. Not an animal. Something else. It had no face, just folds of skin, twitching, writhing with veins that pulsed in rhythm. Its arms, too long, ended in claws wrapped around another doll. One that looked like her. It dropped the doll. Lily ran. She didn't think. She didn't cry. She just ran, her fingers scraping along the wall, the tunnel behind her echoing with slithering sounds. With whispers that weren't whispers anymore but chants. Rhythmic, fast, in a language not made for human mouths. The ladder appeared in the gloom like a lifeline, and she scrambled up, her foot slipping once as something brushed her ankle. She didn't look back. She reached the crawl space and slammed the panel shut behind her. Back in the attic, the air was dead. The toys were still. The cassette tape was gone. But the doll with her brother's face was sitting in the corner now, waiting. And in its lap, the doll that looked like her. Its mouth was sewn shut, but its eyes were crying. She backed away, heart a thunderstorm in her chest, and pushed open the attic window with trembling hands. She had to get out. She had to leave the house. But as she climbed onto the roof, something stopped her cold. Across the yard, every window in the house glowed with the same sickly green light, and in each one, someone was watching her. Not people, not ghosts. Them. They had faces stitched from burlap and buttons, glass and hair. Things that didn't match, things that didn't belong. They were pressed against the glass, smiling, wide, patient. Lily didn't scream. She jumped. The ground hit hard. Her ankle snapped with a crunch. But she didn't stop. She crawled, dragged herself through the dirt, past the trees that whispered her name, back to the car that wouldn't start. Behind her, the house made a sound. A groan, a yawn. It wasn't done with her. Because she had looked under the house, and now, they knew her name again. The pain in her leg didn't matter, not compared to what she had seen. Lily crawled across the gravel like her life depended on it, because it did. The tendons in her ankles screamed, her breath hitched in short, panicked gasps, and her blood left a trail behind her. But none of that slowed her more than the truth that echoed louder than the pulse in her ears. She looked under the house. And now, they were awake. The car loomed ahead like a lost promise, its headlights dim in the encroaching dark. She yanked at the door handle, sobbing when it didn't budge. Locked. Her keys had been in her jacket, but the jacket, she'd left it in the attic. With them. She punched the glass with the side of her fist. Pointless. Then she saw it, movement. Not from the house, not yet, but from the tree line behind it. A flicker. A flash, like light bouncing off eyes. Not animals. No creature in the woods moved like that. Slow, jerky, as though learning to be human but not quite getting it right. A low creak rolled out of the house behind her, not from a door, but from the walls themselves, groaning like they were breathing. She looked back, heart in her throat, expecting to see them spilling out, those things with stitched faces and watching eyes. But the porch was empty. For now. Suddenly, the driver side window of the car rolled down an inch. Then another. Her heart stopped. She hadn't touched it. No one had. And the engine, still silent. Her phone was useless, her flashlight was dead, and her leg was shattered. Her only weapon was the truth she didn't yet understand. She forced herself to stand. Every second sent bolts of agony through her side, but she gritted her teeth and limped toward the road. No plan, just distance. If she could get far enough, maybe they couldn't follow. Maybe they couldn't leave the house. That hope shattered with the sound that followed her into the woods. A voice. Small. Familiar. His voice. Lily, wait. She turned on instinct and saw her brother, standing at the edge of the trees, pale and perfect. The way he looked the night he vanished. Red hoodie, wide, innocent eyes. No older than 8. But that was impossible. Her mouth opened. No sound came out. Don't leave me again, he said, stepping forward. You promised. It was the exact phrase he'd cried out all those years ago when he tripped in the woods. When she turned to run and swore she'd come back, it twisted in her chest, anchoring her with guilt. Her brain screamed that it couldn't be him. Not after what she'd seen. Not after what the doll said. And yet, he was crying. I've been waiting, he said. It's dark in there. I didn't want to stay, but they said if you came back, I could leave. Lily took a step back. No, she said. You're not real. The boy tilted his head. They took my name, he whispered. And now they want yours too. Her blood froze. That was what the doll had said. They fed on names, on memory, on who you are. Maybe that's why she still remembered him. Because they hadn't fully consumed him yet. But now they had her voice, her fear, her attention, and they were trying to take hers next. She turned and ran, not toward the house, but deeper into the trees, away from everything familiar. Her vision blurred with tears and shadows. Branches clawed at her face, roots grabbed at her feet. Behind her, the fake version of her brother called out again, voice stretching thin like taffy luially. She kept running until she collapsed in a ditch, just beyond the tree line, every breath jagged, her broken ankles swelling grotesquely. The forest around her was too quiet. Not a single insect, not a single rustle of animal life. Just her. And them. She couldn't stay there. She couldn't go back. She had to find help. And that's when she heard it. An engine. Distant, but real. A pair of headlights broke through the dark. An old pickup truck rattling down the road. She waved her arms frantically, sobbing, screaming, and the truck screeched to a halt just feet from her body. The driver leapt out. A man in his 60s, heavyset, with a silver beard and startled eyes. Jesus Christ, he muttered, rushing to her. You all right? What happened? Please, she begged, grabbing his sleeve. They're coming. We have to leave. We have to go now. He helped her into the passenger seat, eyes wide with concern. You from around here? No, she panted. The house, the one on the hill, the Graves place. He went pale. You went in there. I didn't mean to. My brother? He's gone? I thought I heard. Stop, he said quickly, slamming the door and throwing the truck into gear. Don't say his name. Don't say any name, she blinked. What? They hear it, he said, voice low. That's how they find you. The house listens. The woods do too. If you give it a name, it keeps it. The truck roared down the road, faster than she thought it could go, gravel spitting under the tires. My name is Dale, the man said after a long silence. Used to live 2 towns over. I knew your family. Knew about your brother. Everyone thought he got lost in the woods. But I knew better. My cousin disappeared in that house in '82. Went in one night. Never came out. I saw things, Lily whispered. Dolls. With faces. They moved. One looked like me. Another had his face. Dale nodded grimly. They make copies. To lure you back. They can't survive without memory, without identity. They don't just kill. They erase. That's what happened to your brother. And that's what they're trying to do to you. Lily closed her eyes, the reality crashing down around her. What do they want? She asked. Why us? They were there before Blackridge, Dale muttered. Before the town. Before the settlers. Something older. People used to say the ground was poisoned. But it's not. It's alive. The house. Your house. It sits on a knot of something, something buried. Something sleeping. They took his name, Lily whispered. And they'll take yours, too, if you stay close, he said. The only way to stop them is to burn it. Burn the whole place down. But even then, it might not be enough. Lily's throat tightened. I don't care if it is, she said. I'm going to try. Dale pulled off onto a dirt path. Then you need to see something first. They drove in silence for several more minutes until the trees gave way to an old church, broken in half, buried in ivy. Dale parked and led her inside, carrying a flashlight that flickered like hers had. The walls were covered in drawings, not paint, charcoal. Ash, blood, all the same spirals, symbols, and marks she saw under the house. What is this? She asked. Wards, Dale said, for keeping them out, or keeping you in. Then he pointed to the altar, and Lily's breath stopped. There, nailed to the wall behind it, was a doll, her face, already halfway sewn shut. Someone's already started taking you, Dale said quietly. She turned to him, voice shaking. What do I do? His jaw clenched. You fight, he said. Before they finish the name, before they finish you. But in that moment, they both heard it. Laughter, children's laughter, from inside the church. And the candles, long since burned out, flickered to life, one by one. As if something had just arrived, it started with the candles, each wick igniting with a soft whoosh, one after the other, until the ruined church was flooded with a glow far too warm to feel safe. There was no breeze, no match, no spark, just fire birthed from the stillness. And with it came the giggles. Low at first, distant, but building. Dozens of voices, young and breathless, echoing through the nave like a playground, had been buried beneath the floor. But this laughter wasn't innocent. It curved at the edges. Wrong. Like it didn't belong to lungs, but to something pretending to have them. Lily pressed herself against the wall, her gaze locked on the doll hanging above the altar. Her face, not just similar, but exact. The angle of her cheekbones, the part of her lips, the scar on her eyebrow from a childhood fall, all captured in cloth and thread. What made her stomach twist wasn't the detail, but the progression. The lips soon halfway shut. The threads gleamed wet, as if freshly stitched. She reached up with trembling fingers, but Dale pulled her back. Don't touch it, he said sharply, eyes never leaving the shadows creeping along the pews. It's not finished. That means you're not finished either. But if you touch it, they'll know exactly where to find you next time you sleep. She blinked, unable to look away. They can come in dreams. They live in them, Dale said. They try to sue you in there before they take you in the real world. If they close your mouth in the dream, they don't need to do it out here. Something scuttled near the back of the church. Not footsteps, something faster. Claws on stone. Dale swung the flashlight, but it only caught the tail end of movement, a blur. A smear. Too long for a child. Too fast for a man. Are there more of them? Lily whispered. He nodded slowly. Many, and they want you. Because you're waking them up. You remember things no one else does. You escaped. That means your name never left them fully. Your unfinished work. The doll above the altar made a noise. A soft creak. Then its eyes, her eyes, rolled back and blood black down its cheeks. Dale grabbed her arm. Time to go. They bolted down the side of the pews, the church groaning with every step like it had lungs of its own. As they passed the pulpit, a shape dropped from the ceiling. Lily screamed. A childlike figure, head twisted backward, landed with a sickening crunch. But it stood anyway. Its stitched eyes snapped open. There were no pupils. Just swirling spirals, black and endless, sucking the light from the air. Dale shoved her behind him and raised his hand. He held something, a small pouch made of leather. From it, he tossed a handful of gray powder directly at the figure. It hissed violently, like steam meeting flesh. The thing writhed and vanished in a blink, as if torn backward through a hole in space. Salt and bone ash, he said, helping her up. Only thing that slows them. Lily stumbled outside into the night, half expecting the forest to collapse around them. The trees stood motionless, but the wind had changed. It didn't blow, it breathed. One deep inhale. Then another. The forest was watching. Back in the truck, Dale floored the gas, and they tore down the road toward a destination he refused to name. Lily sat silent for miles, clutching her side, and the memories trying to crawl back through cracks in her mind. She remembered things she didn't want to remember. Her brother's eyes before he vanished, the smell of damp earth the night they last played hide and seek, the voice that came from the trees and told her to cover her ears. They drove until dawn, and Dale finally pulled into the overgrown lot of a shuttered motel. No one stayed here in years, he said. No electricity. No phones. That's why it's safe. They can't follow light they don't understand. She raised a brow, exhausted. You talk about them like they're not ghosts. They're not, he said. They're older. Hungrier. Ghosts are echoes. These things they mimic. But they take too. They hollow you out and wear you like a mask. He helped her into one of the rooms and bolted the door behind them. There was no mattress on the metal frame, just bare springs and a damp floor. She lay down anyway, the pain in her ankle numb from exhaustion. Don't sleep yet, Dale warned. You're already being pulled in. The stitching's halfway. If they finish it in the dream, we won't be able to get you back. How do I stop them? You don't let them speak your name. Not even in dreams. If you hear it, scream. If you see it written down, burn it. She nodded weakly. But there's something else, he added, voice lower. They'll send someone soon. Someone you know. Might be your brother. Might be your mother, might be you. Me? She asked, heart stopping. They like mirrors, reflections. That's where they practice becoming you. They mimic first. Then they perfect. Then they replace. She stared at the cracked mirror on the motel wall. It was small, warped half, covered in grime. But now she didn't want to look at it. Didn't want to see who was staring back. Dale pulled a tarp over it. They'll test you soon. Tonight, most likely. They'll try to talk like you, beg like you. Don't listen. Don't speak. And whatever you do, don't follow. That night, sleep wasn't a choice. It took her like a drug, luring her into the dark the moment her eyes closed. And the dream was already waiting. She was standing in the woods. The same night, the same moment, Evan ahead of her, calling, Lily, help me, please. It's so dark, she wanted to move. Every part of her body screamed to rush forward, but her legs didn't obey. She turned and saw herself behind her, another Lily, pale, hollow-eyed, grinning. I wouldn't go if I were you, the reflection said. You'll just end up stitched. Who are you? Lily asked. You, it said, cocking its head, or the part of you you'll leave behind. The reflection held up something, a needle and thread. The thread was red. She backed away. Then Evan screamed, not like a scared boy, like something being torn in half. She turned toward it. But there were dozens of voices now, all screaming her name, all pulling at the seams of her mind. Lil. She covered her ears, crying, shaking, whispering to herself, You don't know me. You don't know my name. But they did. She felt it. The thread pulled tighter across her mouth in the dream. Her lips wouldn't move. And then, fire. The dream burned. The entire scene caught fire, and in the flames she saw Dale. Real, not dreaming, standing over her bed, chanting something in a language that didn't belong in this world. The doll with her face was in his hands, and he was burning it. The stitches on her dream, mouth unraveled. She gasped awake with a ragged cry, grabbing at her face, her body slick with sweat. They almost had you, Dale said, but not yet. She looked at the doll. It was blackened now, the stitching gone, her face twisted, but still hers. "How long before they try again?" she asked. "They don't stop. They only wait." And outside the motel door, something small padded past the window, a child barefoot, dragging something heavy. It paused just long enough to whisper through the cracks in the doorframe, "Lili." The voice wasn't her brother's this time. It was her own. The knock on the motel door came just before sunrise. 3 soft taps, not loud, not urgent, just patient. Like whatever stood on the other side already knew she'd open it eventually. Dale was asleep in the chair, head slumped forward, snoring softly. The room was dim, lit only by the thin strip of pink, orange light bleeding through the warped blinds. But the air had changed. Lily felt it the moment she opened her eyes, thicker, weighted, like someone had draped a wet cloth across her face. Something wasn't right. The knock came again. 3 taps, slower this time. She sat up, heart thudding, and reached for the fire poker Dale had found earlier, resting beside the bed like a crude weapon. She limped toward the door, her busted ankle still swollen and angry, and pressed her ear against the wood. "Lily," a voice whispered. "Please, it's me." Her mother's voice, but her mother was dead, gone 7 years now. Cancer. Lily had been there in the hospital room, holding her hand, watching the machines flatline. The knock came once more. "I didn't want to leave you," the voice said. "But I'm not gone. They showed me how to come back. Just open the door. You don't even have to come with me. Just let me see you." Lily closed her eyes. Her throat burned. She could still remember her mother's final words. "Don't let the dark take you." At the time, she thought it was about grief. The kind of phrase someone says when their mind is slipping. But now, it echoed in her head like a warning meant for this exact moment. She stepped back. "You're not her," she whispered. The thing on the other side didn't respond right away. Then it sighed. Not like a person. Like wind exhaling through teeth it shouldn't have. "I liked her voice," it said, lower now, distorted. "But yours is sweeter." Then the doorknob began to turn, slowly, quietly, like fingers with too many joints trying to figure out the motion. Lily backed away, weapon raised, glancing to Dale. Still sleeping. No, not sleeping. She moved closer. His chest wasn't moving. "Dale," she whispered, panic rising. His skin was pale, gray, his mouth slightly open, but no breath, no warmth. She reached out to shake him, and his eyes snapped open, not blinking, just wide, fixed, black. He sat up too smoothly. The thing outside had stopped trying the doorknob, because it was already inside. Dale stood slowly, and the creak of the chair sounded wrong. Not wood on floor, but bone on bone. His neck twisted too far when he turned to her, his jaw slack like it had unhinged. "They always replace the helpers first," he said in a voice that was almost his. "Because they always think they can stop it." Lily stumbled back toward the window, gasping. "You're not him. You're not." The Dale thing tilted its head. Then why did he scream so loud when we peeled him out? She threw the fire poker. It clanged uselessly off the wall beside him. He didn't flinch, just smiled. The lights flickered. Then everything went dark. And in that moment, the motel wasn't a motel anymore. The walls shifted, grew taller. Thinner, the ceiling pulsed. She blinked, and the wallpaper had changed, floral pattern, peeling. The smell hit next, mildew, damp wood. The Graves house. It had followed her. Or maybe it had never let her leave. She ran, dragging her bad leg, moving through a hallway that twisted in ways it hadn't before. Rooms stretched longer. Doors leaned at wrong angles. The floor buckled with every step, like something beneath it was breathing against her feet. She reached a door with a mirror nailed to it. Her reflection stood there waiting. It smiled. Her smile. Then mouthed something, "Let us finish you." She smashed the glass with her elbow, ignoring the pain. Shards fell like teeth, and behind the broken mirror was a staircase leading down, not to the ground floor, deeper. Stone walls. Weh! The sound of water dripping. Lily hesitated. but the echo of too many footsteps behind her pushed her forward. The walls closed in, tighter with each step. Her shoulders brushed the sides, her ears rang, and all around her, voices whispered her name. Over and over, different voices. Children, women, men, her own. Lily, 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 until she reached the bottom. A chamber again, but different than the one beneath the house. This one was filled with mirrors. Dozens, hundreds, propped against the walls, hanging from the ceiling, leaning from every corner, and in each one, a version of her. Some crying, some stitched, some watching her with hunger. She turned, trying not to see them all at once, but it was impossible. They all looked at her, and one stepped out, literally, stepped out of the glass. Another her, barefoot, wearing the red hoodie that belonged to her brother, the sleeves too long, the smile wrong. You've kept us waiting, it said, voice soft. I'm not yours, she said. You're already fraying, the reflection said, reaching out. Soon, you won't even remember which version of you is real. Lily backed into another mirror, and it shattered. Her hand sliced open. She cried out, but the pain was real, and in that moment, it grounded her. The real ones feel pain. The false ones don't. She turned and grabbed a shard of glass, her bloody palm gripping it like a knife. The reflection lunged. They hit the ground hard. She screamed, stabbed, slashed, again and again, until the thing stopped moving. Its mouth hanging open in a scream with no sound, eyes wide and black and endless. The mirrors trembled. Then all at once, every single version of her inside the reflections turned. Their mouths opened in unison, and they screamed. The sound shattered the rest of the mirrors. The explosion of glass and light flinging her back. She hit the stone wall, her ears ringing, her body trembling. When she opened her eyes again, she was outside, in the dirt, beside the burnt-out motel. Dawn had arrived, a real one this time. Birds chirped. Wind blew. The pain was real. Her hands were torn, her ankle ruined, but she was awake, and alone, until a new sound joined the wind. Not a voice, a hum, mechanical, an engine. She sat up, wincing. A new car pulled into the lot. A woman stepped out, pale, shaking, her eyes scanning the ruins like Lily had once done. And Lily knew. The house had chosen someone new, because it wasn't done. It never would be. It just changed faces. And now, Lily wasn't the hunted anymore. She was the warning. The woman stepped out of the car like Lily once had, half curious, lost, entirely unaware. Her eyes were wide, with that specific kind of unease people wear when they've convinced themselves they're imagining things. The same look Lily had when she first saw the burned picture frame on the mantel. The same tight shoulders. The same hesitation, at the edge of something she didn't yet believe was real. It was like watching herself from the outside, watching a tragedy on repeat with no power to stop it. Lily tried to speak, but her throat caught. No sound came out at first, just a raw rasp that stung. Her mouth was dry, tongue stuck to the roof of her mouth. She hadn't eaten, hadn't rested. The adrenaline had long since curdled in her veins. Her body throbbed with the weight of what she'd survived, what she'd escaped. The woman wandered toward the motel ruins, eyes scanning the blackened beams and cracked concrete like she was looking for something. Or someone. Lily stood, clutching her side, ignoring the fire in her ankle. She couldn't let it happen again. Not to someone else. She didn't even know this woman's name. And that was good. Because names were the currency the house traded in. You gave it a name. It stitched it into the walls. Hey! Lily's voice cracked from the effort. Don't go near it! The woman jumped, startled, turning toward her. She had dark hair pulled into a tight bun, and a jacket too thin for the morning chill. A camera hung around her neck. Are you okay? The woman asked, taking a cautious step forward. I saw the smoke from the highway. Are you hurt? Lily didn't answer that. She couldn't get into details. Not here, not now. But she could tell from the way the woman scanned her face, then the ruins, that she didn't believe what she was seeing. You need to leave, Lily said, louder this time. There's nothing for you here. Nothing safe. The woman tilted her head. Are you from Blackridge? No one's from Blackridge anymore, Lily muttered. Not really. I was told there were some strange reports in this area. Lights, noises, disappearances. She paused, realizing too late what she was about to say. Don't, Lily warned. What? Don't give me your name. The woman blinked, confused. I'm serious, Lily said. Whatever brought you here, let it go. Destroy your notes. Erase whatever article you were planning. Just leave. She was shaking now. Not from cold, but from the pressure building in the air. That familiar static before they arrived. The subtle tightening around her ribs, like the world itself was sucking in a breath and holding it. A shift in the wind. A taste of copper on the back of the tongue. They're watching, Lily whispered. The woman took a step back, unsure. You're not making any sense. Lily's hands trembled. Neither did the man who warned me. And I didn't listen. I thought I could handle it. That I could pick through the ruins of something ancient and leave with a story. But it's not a story, it's a trap. One that speaks with your voice and wears your face when it gets tired of yours. The woman frowned. Who are they? Lily didn't answer. She couldn't. Because the second you gave them too much, they latched on. It wasn't just names they took. It was memory, identity, shape. You gave them a detail, they'd fold it into flesh and make it theirs. I'm telling you, Lily said, if you stay here, you'll start forgetting things, faces, sounds. What your laugh used to sound like. You'll dream of places you've never been. You'll wake up with scratches you didn't make. And then one day, you'll see yourself in a reflection. And you'll blink at the same time. But it won't be you. Silence fell. The woman opened her mouth to reply, but froze. Her eyes went wide. And slowly, she raised a trembling hand to point over Lily's shoulder. They're behind you, she whispered. Lily didn't turn. She didn't have to. She felt it. The weight, the cold. The shifting of air, I know, she said. Because the house didn't need wood or nails anymore. It didn't need a foundation. It had her name, and that meant it could follow. The forest behind the motel had changed. The trees had warped again, twisted like spines bent the wrong way. Their bark had begun to split, revealing something pulsing just beneath the surface, something red and wet and awake. The laughter started again. Low, familiar. A child's giggle, then more. Dozens, too many. The woman backed away. What is this? It's what's left, Lily said. Of all the people who stayed too long, who dug too deep, who asked questions the house was eager to answer. A figure stepped out of the trees, small, a child, red hoodie, Evan. The woman gasped, covering her mouth. Oh my God, is that? Lily cut her off. No, that's not a child. The Evan thing looked up, its stitched eyes gleaming. It smiled, and it opened its mouth to speak. Lily, one word, that's all it took. Something inside her shifted. A memory pulled. She staggered, clutching her head, something tearing. The woman rushed forward, panicked. What's happening to you? They're trying to unmake me, Lily gasped. Piece by piece. They take a memory, then they cut the thread, one by one. Another voice spoke, this time to the woman. Don't you want to help her? It was Lily's voice. The woman turned and saw her again, but not her. Another Lily, standing in the opposite direction, smiling, sewn at the mouth, but somehow still smiling. The woman screamed, and the scream was stolen. It stopped halfway through, yanked from the air like a curtain pulled down. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. She stumbled backward, horrified, realizing she had no voice. The real Lily grabbed her arm, dragging her toward the car. Move! Behind them, more figures emerged. Bent, wrong. Some in tatters of familiar clothes. One wore Dale's flannel. One wore her mother's hospital gown. All of them silent. Watching. Waiting. They reached the car. Lily shoved the woman inside. Drive. Don't stop until you forget this place exists. The woman turned the key, miraculously. The engine started. The headlights carved through the fog, and she reversed without hesitation. But Lily didn't get in. She stood in the dust, watching the car vanish down the road, the woman inside choking on sobs, her voice not yet returned. Lily turned back toward the trees. The figures were gone, but a path had opened, lit with flickering lights, lanterns, old, handmade, leading somewhere. And from the shadows, the Evan thing spoke again. "You can still finish the stitching," he said. "We'll give him back. All you have to do is say your name one more time." Lily stepped forward, not toward them, but into the woods, grip tightening around the broken shard of mirror she had tucked in her waistband. The only thing that had ever hurt them. She smiled. A real smile. One without seams. "If you want my name," she whispered, "you'll have to take it from my mouth." And she vanished into the dark. The house didn't just follow people. Sometimes people followed it. The trees closed behind her like curtains, drawn to shut out the light. Lily didn't flinch as the path vanished behind her. The house wouldn't let her go back now, even if she begged. But she wasn't going back. Not this time. This wasn't a retreat, it was a return, a confrontation. Something deep inside her, buried beneath years of silence and trauma, had snapped into place the moment the Evan thing whispered her name. There was a difference between running and knowing where to walk. And Lily Graves knew where she was going, even if her feet didn't. The forest had no clear trail. Just flickering lanterns suspended by invisible strings. They hung in the air at irregular heights, gently swaying though there was no wind. The light they gave off wasn't warm. It was pale, like the glow of old bones in moonlight. And it didn't push the shadows away. It pulled them closer. Each step forward felt like sinking deeper into memory, the ground too soft beneath her, like something breathing just beneath the leaves. She kept the shard of mirror clutched in her hand, edges wrapped with torn cloth to keep it from cutting her fingers again. The mirror wasn't just a weapon. It was a reminder of what was real, of who she still was. Her own reflection had betrayed her too many times now, but this piece, this broken sliver, held her image. And it bled when she did. That made it hers. A whisper fluttered through the trees. Lily, her name drifted on the air like pollen, light and thick and choking. It wasn't the Evan thing this time. This voice was older, more deliberate. She didn't turn toward it. Lily, come home. Another step. The trees bent closer. Bark stretched with shapes she refused to look at too long. Faces, or maybe knots. The line blurred out here. One of them had eyes. She was certain of it. And they blinked when she passed. The house revealed itself slowly, not all at once. First came the scent, not the mildew from before. This was deeper, older. Charred earth and moldy sugar, like something sweet left to rot. Then came the sound, boards creaking rhythmically, like a cradle rocking in a dark room. And finally, the shape. Not her family home anymore. It had grown. The original frame was there, buried beneath layers of twisting wood and bone, expanded like a tumor, reaching into the forest with limbs made of staircases and broken window frames. The porch had rotted out and been replaced with what looked like a jawbone, teeth black and jagged. The windows wept thick, amber liquid that steamed when it hit the ground. It was alive, and it was waiting. The door swung open before she could knock. Inside, the walls breathed. Every surface shimmered with a pulse just beneath the grain, like blood coursing through wooden veins. The hallway she stepped into stretched too long, bending and twisting with every blink. The floor sloped downward, not sharply, but enough to pull her forward, as if gravity had given up its rules. She passed by pictures, family photos that didn't belong to her. A man she didn't recognize, standing with a woman whose face had been scratched out. Children with stitched mouths. One photo showed her, sitting on a couch she had never owned, surrounded by people she had never met. She kept moving. The staircase was waiting at the end of the hall, the one to the attic, where it all began, where it all stitched. Each step groaned beneath her weight, but not from strain. It was reaction. Like the house knew her now. Like it was remembering her as she remembered it. Halfway up, the lights vanished. Darkness swallowed her. She kept climbing. Then she was in the attic, but it wasn't the same space she'd fled from days, or years, ago. Time didn't move correctly inside the house. Things aged in reverse, or skipped, or repeated like broken film. The attic was now circular, carved, a dome of symbols and shadows. Mirrors lined the walls, floor to ceiling, and in the center, a chair, with someone sitting in it, a boy, red hoodie, head tilted down, face hidden by long dark hair. She stepped closer, breath held tight. Evan. The figure didn't respond. She took another step. He lifted his head, but it wasn't Evan. The face was wrong, half his, half something else. One eye was too large. The jaw was unhinged, but no mouth moved when it grinned. It opened its arms slowly, like a puppet yanked upright. Almost finished, it said in a dozen voices. Just one more stitch. Something skittered across the ceiling above her. Dozens of them, small things, dole-sized. They dropped like spiders, limbs clicking as they hit the floor, surrounding her in a loose circle. Each one wore a different face. Some hers, some not. One had Dale's face, the features contorted in a silent scream. She raised the mirror shard. "I'm not yours," she hissed. The dolls began to sing. Not lyrics, just tones. Long, droning sounds that vibrated in her teeth. They weren't summoning something. They were something. Living chants made flesh. The Evan thing in the chair tilted its head again. "You looked away," it said. "You left me." Lily's voice cracked. "You're not my brother." "No," it agreed. "But he's in here. We all are." The wall behind it pulsed, then opened. Not like a door, like a wound. And from inside it, something slithered. A shape, big, quiet. Shaped like a man, but stitched from many. Limbs mismatched, faces sewn into its chest, mouths whispering from its ribs. The thing stepped into the attic and filled it. It brushed the ceiling, bent the floor. And when it spoke, all the faces joined in unison say your name. She didn't. She hurled the mirror shard. It struck one of the doll things, her face, and the reflection shattered with a scream so loud it ripped the air apart. The dolls convulsed. The big thing staggered. One of its faces, Evan's, flickered. That was enough. Lily ran forward, straight into the thing's chest, and pressed her bloodied palm into Evan's image. The cut on her hand opened wider. Blood ran down the stitched skin, and where it touched, the thread began to burn. Evan's mouth opened, not the thing's mouth, his, and he spoke, not in a whisper, but a scream. "Don't forget me!" Then everything exploded into light, white, blinding, burning, and when it faded, she was alone. In the attic, no dolls, no stitched thing, just dust, ash, and the red hoodie folded neatly on the floor. She picked it up, sobbing, clutching it to her chest. He was gone, but not lost, not anymore. She had taken something back, a name, a thread, a piece. But the house remained, and as she stepped back down the stairs, she could hear it in the walls. Sewing. Still sewing, because it wasn't finished. Not yet. And neither was she. The house didn't fight to stop her when she left. That's how Lily knew it wasn't done with her. If it had slammed doors, twisted staircases, or tried to trap her again like it had so many times before, she would have believed she had won. But the house let her go, just like that. The hallway, once wreathing with stitched shadows and groaning walls, stood quiet. Dust floated in the still air. The wood under her feet didn't creak anymore. It pulsed. Not violently, but subtly, like a sleeping animal, breathing shallow, waiting. She stepped outside with Evan's hoodie pressed to her chest, her blood still wet across the fabric. The forest greeted her with silence. No birds, no wind. Even the lanterns that once guided her path were extinguished, their blackened wicks still smoking faintly, as if they'd gone out just seconds ago. That's when she realized she hadn't walked back the way she came. The door she exited wasn't the front door. It was a new one, etched into the side of a tree she didn't recognize. The house had moved again, or twisted itself in such a way that the exit led somewhere new. The forest wasn't the forest anymore. The trees were taller, wrong, their bark veined with something like muscle. The air smelled like copper and rotting lavender. Lily didn't panic. She'd crossed too many lines for fear to help now. Instead, she tied Evan's hoodie around her waist, tight, like armor, and began to walk. Each step was cautious, deliberate. Her bad ankle ached with every movement, but the pain grounded her. The sharp edge of being real. Pain was what reminded her that she was still herself. Somewhere behind her, the house groaned again. Not loud, not demanding, just present. Its sound burrowed into the trees, echoed through the leaves like a warning only the insane could translate. And somewhere deep inside that groan, she heard her name again, soft, drawn out. Lily, but this time she didn't turn. Not because she was brave, because she finally understood. They couldn't take what she refused to give. Not her name, not her face, not her fear. The forest floor shifted subtly beneath her. Patches of it looked too smooth, as if freshly raked. Some of it looked like skin. She avoided those places. She stuck to the darkened patches where roots nodded naturally, and the air didn't shimmer with that almost silent buzz the house carried. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time slipped too easily out here. It wasn't until the trees thinned that she saw it. A road, broken, overgrown, but real. Blacktop with cracks and faded yellow lines. She limped toward it, feeling the world return to something normal, something unstitched. She'd made it out. Again. Then she heard the engine. A rumble growing in the distance. She stepped onto the shoulder, squinting down the bend. A pickup truck appeared, dented and mud-streaked, the same model Dale had driven. Her stomach twisted, but she didn't flinch. She waited. The truck slowed as it approached her, tires crunching over gravel. The window rolled down. The driver was a woman, middle-aged, tired eyes. A shotgun mounted in the rack behind her headrest. "You all right?" she asked. Lily hesitated. "Define a right." The woman gave her a long, quiet look, then jerked her thumb toward the passenger door. "Get in." Lily climbed in without another word. They drove in silence for a while. The trees receded. The road stretched longer than she remembered. The world outside the window looked like it belonged to reality again, but she kept her hand pressed to Evan's hoodie the entire time. "I'm Jane," the woman said eventually. "Used to run a campground not far from Blackridge. I saw the house once." Lily turned to her slowly. "Saw it." Jean nodded. "Only for a second. Through the trees. Didn't go near it. But I felt it." "So why are you here now?" "Same reason you were," Jean said. "Because it's spreading." Lily froze. "Spreading?" Jean looked at her, eyes harder now. "You think you closed something in there? Burned a doll? Screamed in the attic and shattered some glass? I freed my brother." Jean nodded. "Then you did more than most. But that place doesn't stop. It grows. Every time it learns a new name, it pushes out a little more, finds a new crack to leak through, someone else to wear." Lily's voice turned to glass. "It followed me." "Of course it did," Jean said. "It knows you. You're stitched into its story now. That doesn't end." "Not really. You might have taken a thread back. But it still has the needle." Lily sat in silence for a while, her mind unraveling at the edges. "So what do I do?" Jean glanced at her. "You learn how to stitch back." Lily blinked. "What?" "You think the house is the only thing that can make copies." Jean smirked. "Girl, they taught you how to split. Every reflection they made of you. Every dream they clawed into. That's power. They gave you the blueprints. You just didn't realize it." Lily stared at the road ahead. Her reflection in the side mirror blinked when she did. But this time, it didn't smile wrong. It didn't stitch itself shut. It watched her, waiting. "Can I use it?" she asked. "That power?" Jean nodded. "But it comes at a price. It always does." "What kind of price?" Jean looked at her then, long and slow. "You'll have to become the next warning." The weight of those words sank in slowly. Lily didn't cry. She didn't scream. She just watched the forest disappear behind them. The road stretch ahead like a wound that never healed. She understood now. The house wasn't a place. It was a pattern. A ritual of identity. Stolen and worn. It would always find someone new. But now, someone was watching it back. And this time, the thread didn't only run one way. There was a difference between silence and stillness. Jean's truck, a rust-bitten thing that rattled like it was barely holding itself together, offered both. But inside Lily's mind, there was neither. Every mile put distance between her and the house, yet the rhythm of its breath still echoed behind her thoughts, soft and slow, like something sleeping beneath her skull. She clutched Evan's hoodie tighter. The blood on it had dried into crusted patches, and it reeked faintly of earth and iron. But it was the only piece of him that hadn't been eaten by that thing's twisted walls. The only proof he'd ever existed at all. Jean didn't speak much. She drove with purpose, following roads that looked like they hadn't felt tires in years. Overgrown edges. Trees leaning in like they wanted to reclaim the concrete. Every so often, she'd glance at the rearview mirror, as if expecting something to be crawling up behind them, silent and smiling. Lily knew better. The house didn't chase. It didn't need to. It waited. Eventually, they stopped. Not at a motel, not at a diner, but at a barn, half sunken into a hill, camouflaged by vines and thyme. Jean led her inside without a word. The interior was colder than it should have been. Not drafty, cold. A stillness that didn't belong in a wooden structure. The moment the heavy doors shut behind them, Lily felt it again. That pressure. Like something unseen had just sat up and turned to face her. She didn't speak. Neither did Jean. The walls inside weren't normal. Each plank was carved with scratches. Lines and slashes in half formed spirals. They didn't make words, not exactly. But Lily recognized the rhythm of them. They were like the markings etched into the attic ceiling. But these weren't made by the house. They were copied. Jean lit an old lantern and placed it on the ground between them. "This place belonged to my sister," she said finally. She was the first one to escape the house and come back different. Lily didn't answer. Jean sat on a crate, watching the flames sway. When she came home, she wouldn't talk. Wouldn't eat. Just kept drawing those symbols with whatever she could find. Pencils. Knives. Her fingernails. Lily's voice cracked. "Did she make it?" Jean shook her head. She walked into the lake behind the church and never came back up. But the symbols stayed. They sat in silence again. Lily stared at the carvings around her. There were faces in some of them. One looked eerily like her own. Another was Dale. And one, her breath caught, was Evan. Carved perfectly into wood, his stitched mouth pulled into a scream. "How long have you been watching it?" Lily asked. "Since the night my sister disappeared," Jean said. 42 years. Lily's chest tightened. "You survived it that long?" Jane shook her head slowly. "No, you don't survive it. You become something else." The words dropped into the room like lead. Lily leaned forward, her eyes fixed on the flame. "It tried to make me a copy." Jean nodded. "Because copies are easier to break. The house doesn't want your whole self. Just enough to hollow you. Once you forget who you were, you'll say anything. Answer to anything. That's when they stitch the last thread." "But I remembered Evan," Lily said softly. "I pulled him back." Jean looked up sharp. "That's why it's watching you now." Lily blinked. "It already was." "No," Jean said, voice low. "Before it wanted you. Now it's afraid of you." For the first time since the nightmare began, Lily felt something close to power. A flicker. A spark. The house wasn't invincible. It was a parasite. Ancient, yes, but not untouchable. If she had taken something back from it, maybe she could take more. "How do I fight it?" she asked. Jean stood, moving to a corner of the barn. She pulled away a loose board and revealed a wooden box, sealed with wax and twine. She laid it gently on the floor, cut the bindings, and opened it. Inside were tools. Not weapons, crafting tools. A needle made of bone, thread soaked black, a mirror small and circular, the glass stained with rust, and beneath them, a folded scrap of skin, thin cloth with a name written on it, Jean. Lily stared at her. You made your own doll? Jean nodded. I stitched it after I left the house, took my name back. Gave it somewhere safe to stay. Lily's stomach turned. You stitched your soul. Jean didn't smile. No, my identity. The house can't take what you've already claimed. That's why it failed with you. You remembered Evan's voice. You remembered his laugh. You carried it. Lily stared at the box, her heart pounding. What do I do? Jean pushed the kit toward her. You learn, you stitch, before it comes for you again. That night, Lily didn't sleep. She sat cross-legged on the barn floor, Evan's hoodie beside her, her hands trembling as she thread the needle. She didn't know the language. She didn't know the rules. But as she worked, something inside her knew. Muscle memory that didn't come from her hands, but from the wounds the house had carved in her. She stitched a doll. Not perfect, but it looked like her. And when she tied the final knot, her breath caught. The doll blinked. Just once. And then it was still. Jean watched from across the room, her shotgun in her lap. You feel it? She asked. Lily nodded. I feel less hollow. Jean looked at her. That's how it begins. Before they turned in, Jean handed her a piece of chalk. Draw the symbol before you sleep. Same one from the attic. Keeps the house from pulling you into dreams. Lily nodded and carved the spiral into the barn floor. That night, her dreams were empty. Not safe, just blank. No whispering, no faces, no stitching. But when she woke, something was waiting outside the barn door. A doll. One that looked nothing like her. But in its hand was a scrap of paper. A single word scrawled across it in red: return. Lily picked it up with shaking fingers. Because the house hadn't lost. It had learned. And now it was asking, not taking, not stealing, asking. That meant it was adapting, which meant it was afraid. But also smarter. She turned to Jean, holding up the note. Jean sighed. It knows your thread isn't finished. And Lily understood what came next. If she wanted to end it, she'd have to go back again. But not to run. Not to survive. To stitch the final piece. The note burned in her hand like it was alive. Not in temperature, but in presence. That single word, return, seemed to press itself into her skin, into her bones, into the lining of her lungs, like it didn't want to be held. It wanted to be obeyed. The red ink was thick, tacky in places, still damp in others, and it smelled faintly of copper. But Lily knew better. That wasn't ink. The house didn't waste time with metaphors. It bled its messages into the world, and this one was a wound shaped like a word. Jean didn't react the way Lily expected. No panic, no urgency. Just a quiet lowering of her eyes, like she'd been waiting for this. It was only a matter of time, she muttered, walking toward the door. You didn't kill it, you just woke it up in a different way. You opened a new page in its book, and now it's asking you to read aloud. Lily followed her out into the morning air. The barn was surrounded by fog, thicker than it had been the night before, swallowing the trees whole and curling around their ankles like smoke from something deep underground. It didn't smell like fog. It smelled like something dying. She couldn't stop staring at the doll. It sat on the step, legs dangling, head tilted to one side. Its face wasn't hers, not even close. It looked like someone had tried to sculpt a human face without understanding what one looked like. Lips sewn shut. One button eye, one painted. Its mouth twitched as the wind blew, as though it were whispering with no breath. In its lap, the message crumpled and blood-soaked. They're offering you a trade, Jean said, as if reading her thoughts. They think you'll take it. Lily narrowed her eyes. What kind of trade? They want your thread, Jean said. The one you claimed when you stitched that doll last night. The house can't take what's owned unless it's given. That's why they sent this thing. They're hoping to convince you to return it willingly. Lily felt the weight of her stitched doll in her pocket. It had been warm when she woke, as if it had absorbed her dreamless sleep like a sponge. Her likeness was clumsy, misshapen in the jaw, uneven in the eyes, but it felt like her. Holding it was like holding her name, like gripping the last edge of her memory before it slipped into the dark. "I'm not giving it up," she said flatly. Jean tilted her head. "You sure? Because this might be your only chance to end it clean. You give it your identity, your thread. You walk away blank, empty. They leave you alone forever." Lily's mouth went dry. The idea made her stomach twist. "I'd forget everything," she whispered. Jean nodded. "Everything. Evan. The house. Me. It'd be like none of it ever happened." "That's the deal they're dangling." Lily looked at the doll again. It hadn't moved, but she was certain it had shifted. Its head now pointed toward her, subtly. Its arm lifted an inch, like it was waiting to be picked up. The wind moaned low, like breath through old teeth. "They're not threatening you anymore," Jean added. "They're tempting you. That's worse. Because threats could be fought. Temptation was trickier. It didn't force. It offered. And the longer you stared at the offer, the more beautiful it became." "I'm not ready to forget," Lily said. "I fought too hard to remember." Jean studied her with tired eyes, then turned back toward the barn. "Then burn it. Now, before you start reconsidering." Lily didn't wait. She grabbed the doll by the torso, trying not to recoil at how soft it was, like something still decaying beneath the cloth. She struck a match against the barn's stone step, held the flame to its feet. Nothing. The fire fizzled and died before it touched the fabric. She tried again, and again. Still nothing. Jean took the matchbook from her hand and tried with a small blowtorch kept in the barn. The result was the same. The fire wouldn't touch it. The air around it rippled with heat, but the doll itself remained untouched, its fabric undisturbed, its button eye glinting in mockery. "They've made it invincible," Lily muttered. "Because they want me to carry it. They want me to make the choice." Jean's lips thinned. "They want you to own the surrender." Lily dropped the doll like it was poison, but it didn't fall. It stayed on her palm, weightless and magnetized, like her skin had already accepted it. She tried to fling it, but her arm locked, her fingers refused. Her wrist bent, unwilling. "They've already started stitching again," John said quietly. "Just slower this time." Lily dropped to her knees, breathing hard. "They can't have me," she growled. "They can't." Jean said nothing. The doll opened its mouth, not wide, not fully, but enough. Inside was a second note. Lily took it, hand trembling. This one was written in her own handwriting. One word: remember. A command, or a warning, or maybe both. Lily stood, legs shaking. The wind swirled and howled now. Something was shifting in the distance. The fog was coiling tighter around the trees. The ground felt like it was turning. "They're opening another path," Jean said. "A new entrance." Lily turned to her, breath shallow. "You said the house moves, that it spreads." "It doesn't just spread out," Jane said, voice low. "Sometimes it spreads in." Lily blinked. "What do you mean?" Jean pointed toward the horizon, where the fog rolled backward like a curtain. And there it was, not the same house. Not exactly. But another, same windows, same gables, same blood-red door, just newer, fresher. Like a copy of her childhood home remade from memory. Lily stepped forward, heart sinking. "It's trying again. It's testing you," Jane said. "Seeing how much of you still belongs to it." The new house was perfect. Clean siding. White picket fence. The porch light was on. A swing set in the yard creaked slowly, like someone had just left it. The wind shifted. Somewhere inside, a piano played a few soft notes, and then came the smell. Cinnamon, apples, freshly baked pie. Lily's knees buckled. "That was my mother's scent," she whispered. "Her pie. Thanksgiving." She hadn't smelled it since she was a child. The doll in her hand pulsed once, like a heartbeat. "They're not offering a deal anymore," Jean said. "They're building a trap. Tailored to you." Lily's throat tightened. Because inside that house she wanted to go, wanted to sit at that table, wanted to hear her mother's voice again, wanted to hear Evan's laugh coming from the upstairs room, wanted to believe that none of it had happened, that none of it was real. The stitching tugged tighter across her chest, not literal thread, not yet, but something worse, consent. Every second she stood staring, she gave the house more access, more permission. She turned away, forced her body to move. And that's when the door opened, and Evan stepped out. Not a doll, not twisted, just Evan, alive. Older now, a teenager. How did you? She gasped. He looked at her, smiling softly. Time doesn't move the same, he said. In there, I grew up. I waited. I remembered. You're not real, Lily said, tears burning her eyes. He held out his hand. If I'm not, he said, why do you want to believe I am? She didn't answer. Because she did want to believe. And the house knew it. That was the point. The house didn't need to take her. It needed her to walk in on her own, to finish the stitch herself. But Lily smiled. Just a little, and she turned to Jean. Get me the other tools. Jean blinked. You're not going in, are you? I am, Lily said. But not to give it my thread. She held up the doll. I'm going to plant this inside. Stitch myself into its walls. Leave a piece that's not corrupted. One thread, pure. Untouched. Jean went still. You'll never be able to fully leave if you do that. I'm not planning to, Lily said. It's my turn to watch them from the inside. The house had learned her name. Now it was time it learned what her memory could do. Lily stood at the edge of the path, the false house in front of her, its glowing windows like warm eyes, pretending not to watch her. The smell of cinnamon and apples drifted thick through the air, teasing the deepest parts of her memory. Things she hadn't thought of in years. Things she'd buried to survive. The way her mother used to hum while slicing apples. The scrape of Evan's fork across the metal pie tin because he always scraped up every last crumb. All of it sharpened and dangled in front of her like a lure, and she knew it wasn't real. Knew it. But that didn't stop her chest from aching or her hand from trembling, where it clutched the doll, tight against her chest. This house wasn't just bait. It was a mirror, a living, breathing replica of her own longing. Not a haunted place full of whispers and creaking things in the dark, but perfect, carefully crafted from her thoughts, her nostalgia, her weaknesses. It wasn't trying to frighten her anymore. It was trying to comfort her into surrender. Jean stood a few feet behind, silent, the wind tugging at her coat. She'd given Lily the other tools, a coil of thread blacker than pitch, 2 bone needles that felt oddly warm to the touch, and a pouch filled with salt and powdered ash. Jean hadn't said a word since handing them over. Maybe she was afraid. Maybe she already saw how this would end. But Lily, she wasn't afraid, not anymore. She stepped through the gate, and the grass crunched underfoot, not dead, but fabricated. It didn't break like real grass. It bent and shifted like something that had been stitched to bend. The flowers in the yard turned to face her as she passed, petals too symmetrical to be natural, not blooming, posing. At the porch, the door opened on its own. No creak, no draft, just silence. Inside, the illusion strengthened. Light filled the hallway in a soft, golden haze. The smell of baked bread wrapped around her like a blanket. Somewhere, a record player hummed. No warped whispers, no childlike giggles in the walls. This was the house's most dangerous form, quiet. She walked into the living room. Her mother sat on the couch. Not some stitched abomination or faceless puppet, but her mother, exactly as Lily remembered, right down to the crow's feet around her eyes and the soft caluses on her hands. She was folding laundry, humming, the same tune from Lily's childhood, the one she used to hum when she was worried but trying not to show it. "Hi, sweetie," the illusion said, barely glancing up. "You're late." Lily said nothing, because her mother had never folded laundry in the living room. This wasn't memory. It was theft. A poorly woven reenactment. Her mother held up a red hoodie. Evans. You should have brought him back sooner, she said. He was waiting. Lily stepped closer. How long have you been wearing her? She asked. The illusion smiled. Long enough to remember what it felt like to be loved. Lily reached into her coat pocket and pulled out the small, misshapen doll she'd made of herself. She held it up for the room to see. Then you'll remember what it feels like to lose. The false mother's smile faltered. You won't survive this, she said, her voice cracking slightly. You've already given too much. Not enough to break me, Lily replied. And then she moved, quick and deliberate. She darted to the far wall, past the kitchen, to where the fireplace used to be in her real home. She pressed the doll into the mortar between two bricks and drove the bone needle through it, locking it in place. The house screamed. It didn't come from the walls. It came from everywhere. The light flickered and died. The smell of pie soared into rot. The warmth dissolved into choking cold. The illusion cracked like a mirror punched from the inside. Her mother stood up, face melting at the edges. Eyes turned to buttons, skin to burlap. Her mouth didn't open, it unzipped. You've violated the stitch, it hissed. You've seeded rot in the pattern. Lily stabbed the second needle into the baseboard, dragging a line across the wall in the spiral pattern John had taught her. The salt and ash from her pouch filled the groove. It glowed faintly, white, then violet, then red. The house reeled. Rooms bent inward. The hallway twisted like it was being wrung out. The walls moaned, not in pain, but in confusion. Lily looked around, shouting now. You fed on names, on fear. You wore my face, my brother's face. You thought you were the only one who could stitch. But I learned from you, and I left a thread you didn't control. The fireplace cracked open, spewing smoke laced with whispers. The dolls returned, but not in the same way. These were Lily's dolls, unstitched, mouths open, screaming back. Each one reflected something real, memories the house couldn't warp. Her father's laugh, her first drawing, Evan's birthday song. They danced like shadows in reverse, tearing into the walls with invisible claws. The false house tried to pull itself together. It screamed through every vent, poured light from its sockets. The floor buckled beneath Lily's feet. The air thickened to syrup. But she didn't stop. She kept stitching new lines into the floor, kept placing memory after memory into the cracks, fighting thread with thread. She reached the attic door. It opened on its own. Inside, the room was smaller than before, shrinking, curling into itself like a dying spider. Evan was there, the real one, or at least something close. He was clearer now, not flickering, not twisted, just there. You shouldn't have come back, he said softly. She walked to him and hugged him tightly. Neither should you, she whispered. But now we can leave together. And then she burned the doll, the one she made, the one she hid in the walls. She lit it with the last match. And as the flame took it, the house convulsed. Because it wasn't just a memory she'd stitched inside. It was hope, and hope had no face the house could mimic, no mouth it could stitch shut, just fire. The attic exploded in light, and the last thing Lily saw was the sky, real sky, breaking through the roof as the false house collapsed in on itself like wet paper. She woke in the woods, Jean standing over her, blood on her forehead, ash in her mouth. The sun was rising, and the smell of cinnamon was gone. Lily stood slowly, watching the wind roll through the trees. I think it's gone, she said. Jean didn't smile. She just looked past her, to the small pile of ashes on the forest floor. Among them, a single button eye, still watching, still waiting, because the house had learned her name. But now, Lily had learned how to rewrite its story. For the first time in what felt like years, the wind didn't whisper her name. It rustled through the leaves like it had before any of this began, empty, natural, unaware of the horrors it had once carried. The forest, stripped of its choking fog, stood as just trees again. And the birds had returned. Lily didn't know when they started singing again, But now that she heard them, it felt like waking from a dream inside a dream. One she hadn't realized had fully ended. She breathed in deep and coughed from the ash that still coated the inside of her lungs. The scent of burned cloth lingered on her hands, and somewhere in that smoke was the faintest trace of apples and blood. She stood in silence beside the pile of ash. The button eye hadn't moved. It sat atop the ruin like a warning or a promise. The house was gone. That version of it, at least. The trap built from her memory had collapsed into itself when she burned the doll. But Lily knew better than to think she had killed the thing. It couldn't be killed. It could be wounded, maybe even banished, but not ended. Not yet. Jean approached from behind, wiping soot from her hands. She didn't ask what Lily had seen. She didn't need to. Her eyes, gray and rimmed with wariness, settled on the button and narrowed with the kind of recognition that came from someone who had stared into the same abyss for too long. "You stitched hope," she said quietly. "Didn't know that was even possible." Lily didn't look up. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine. That's why it worked. Jean crouched, dragging her fingers through the ash. "You didn't fight the house with fear or fury. You fought it with memory, truth. That's something it can't fully digest. It mimics. It twists. But it doesn't understand." Lily picked up the button, turning it over in her palm. It was heavier than it looked. Cold. Dead. But there was something buried in it. Some imprint of what the house had tried to make. She pocketed it, already knowing what it meant. It would come back. Not now. Not soon. But one day. The house would find another crack to slip through, another forgotten name to stitch into its walls. Because that's what it did. That was its nature. And the more people remembered it, the faster it learned how to hide inside their memories. "We can't burn it all," Lily said. "It lives too deep." Jean nodded. "But we can change the story." They packed what little they had into the back of Jean's truck. Lily left the burnt bones of her own stitched doll buried in the ash. There was no power in holding on to what had already served its purpose. The thing that mattered now, the truth, was inside her, woven into her thoughts, her voice, her name. She didn't need symbols carved into barn wood to remember what she had become. As they drove, the sky bloomed with colors she'd forgotten existed. Deep blue bled into peach and gold, soft and forgiving. No fog, no trembling trees. Just the road and the distant hum of something like peace. They passed through Blackridge without stopping. The town was just a husk now. Buildings crumbled. Signs missing. Windows hollow. Whatever residents had once lived there were long gone, swallowed or scattered, maybe both. But the strangest thing was how normal it all looked now. Like the town had simply fallen apart from neglect. No evidence of the house. No twisted dolls in the windows. No green glowing attics. Just empty porches and weeds. The kind of silence that made people forget they'd ever driven through it all. As they crossed the outskirts, Lily felt something sharp press against her chest. She looked down. The button, it had warmed. Not much, but enough. She clenched her teeth. It wasn't pulsing. Not exactly. But it wasn't dead. Jean saw her go still. "It's not done with you, is it?" "No," Lily whispered. "It remembers me now. Just like I remember it." Jean didn't speak again for a long time. The truck rolled over hills and through fields, putting mile after mile between them and what they'd left behind. But Lily knew that distance didn't matter. Not anymore. She could burn every version of that house she found, sew her name into every stitch, proof doll she could make. But the house was already inside her. Not possessing, not controlling, just aware. It had learned her. But she'd learned too. They stopped at a diner miles out. One of those roadside places that looked stuck in a decade no one remembered. Red booths, checkered floors, the faint smell of fried grease clinging to every surface. It was the first normal place Lily had walked into since the nightmare began. And for a moment, the unreality of it all hit her harder than anything the house had ever done. No whispering vents. No creaking wood. Just clinking dishes and the low hum of a radio. They ordered coffee. Neither drank it. After a while, Jean slid a notepad across the table to Lily. "We need to make a list," she said. "A list. Of names," Jean answered. "People we've lost. People we almost lost. We stitch them together. Keep the memories alive. The more truth we tie into the world, the harder it is for the house to steal them." Lily nodded and picked up the pen. She wrote Evan first. The ink bled slightly on the paper, like the name itself didn't want to stay contained. Then came Dale, her mother, the boy from the church basement whose stitched mouth had whispered warnings before fading into ash. They wrote for hours. Every name a thread. Every name a needle in the house's side. When they were done, John tucked the notepad into her coat. "We stitch. They unravel." Lily reached into her pocket and pulled out the button again. "I want to bury this," she said, "somewhere deep." Jean shook her head. "Not yet." "Why?" "Because the next time the house builds itself again, you'll need a way to find it." Lily stared at the button and realized Jean was right. It was a seed and a map, and maybe even a weapon. She nodded, then looked out the window. Night had fallen again. But it wasn't the same kind of night. This one didn't feel stitched. It felt earned. Clean. The house hadn't been destroyed. But it had been rewritten, and Lily Graves, stitched or not, remembered who she was. The house could come back. It could whisper. It could mock. It could lure. But now, she whispered back. The nightmares didn't stop. They changed. Subtle at first, then with purpose. Lily no longer woke gasping from stitched shadows or faceless imitations. Now, the dreams unfolded quietly. Slow walks through her childhood kitchen, where the wallpaper bled. Or conversations with her brother, where his voice was almost right, but not quite. Every detail was close enough to feel familiar, yet wrong enough to remind her she wasn't free. The house didn't roar anymore. It echoed, quietly, deliberately. It had learned patience, and so had she. Back in Jane's barn, Lily had spent her nights sewing. Not just dolls, she stitched names. Not literal fabric, but something deeper. Symbols that carried memory. Ink on paper wasn't enough anymore. She learned to carve them into wood, etch them into stone, press them into wax that she melted with ash from the house's remnants. The list they'd made at the diner grew longer. Every person who'd been touched, taken, or nearly pulled into the folds of that otherworldly place. They were remembered now in thread, and the act of remembering became a defense. Still, the button remained in her pocket. She could never quite let it go. It had become something more than a relic. It pulsed sometimes, not with heat, but with presence. And Lily had learned how to listen. When it trembled, she knew the house was reaching again. Not for her, not directly, but for someone. And that's when she and Jean moved. They never stayed anywhere long. The world was large, but the house had a way of threading itself into cracks. Small towns. Forgotten neighborhoods. Places where loss already hung in the air like mildew. They followed whispers. Rumors. Emergency calls that never made the news. Patterns emerged. A boy with no reflection in Idaho. A mother who stopped recognizing her children in a decaying apartment in Ohio. A school where mirrors had been mysteriously covered, one by one, without explanation. Lily watched, Jean documented. Together, they traced the threads back to the origin each time, and stitched over it. But it was never permanent. Just pause. Each unraveling only slowed the house down. It was learning from them now, too. Adapting. It didn't use red doors anymore. It didn't mimic old attics or make toys sing. It had grown smarter. It no longer asked for names. It started taking faces. The first time Lily saw one of them, a taken, she nearly believed it was real. A girl named Hannah in Montana. 11 years old. Vanished for 3 days. Came back silent, smiling, her skin a little too pale, her hands always folded. Her parents believed she was traumatized. But Lily knew better. When she spoke to the girl alone, the words didn't match her mouth. They arrived a second too early, or a breath too late. Like watching audio lag on an old tape, Lily held the button in her hand that night. It went ice cold. They burned the girl's reflection, not the girl. The mirror in her bedroom was older than the house itself, Jean said. Possibly used before. Possibly used by the house. They etched memory into the walls, whispered real stories into her ears while she slept, and eventually, after a week, she blinked with real eyes again. She cried for her mother, but the burn marks stayed on the mirror, and her bedroom never felt warm again. Jean was the one who noticed it first. The house isn't a place anymore, she said, one night while they camped near an abandoned church in Oregon. It's becoming a language, a story told backward. If we don't keep writing ours, it'll overwrite everything else. Lily stared into the fire, and if we lose, Jean didn't flinch. Then no one will remember what losing means. That night, Lily dreamed again, but this time she chose to dream. She invited it. She wanted to see what the house would try next. Inside the dream, she stood in an endless hallway, mirrors lining each side. But they didn't reflect her. They reflected people she'd met. Dale, her mother, the boy from the church, the girl in Montana, and at the end of the hall, Ivan. He looked older. Almost her age now. He didn't speak, but he held a doll. Hers, still stitched, still incomplete. She walked toward him, and as she did, she passed the mirrors. Each one whispered a different version of her name, some with accents, some with childhood nicknames, one in a language she didn't understand. The closer she got, the louder the whispers became, layered, stacking like fabric folds. The house was trying to remind her it still knew her, still held her, still wanted to finish what it started. But when she reached Evan, he placed the doll at her feet. Then he stepped back, and the mirrors cracked. All at once, she woke up choking on ash, Jean beside her, shaking her awake. "You stopped breathing," she said, "just for a second." Lily looked down. The button in her hand had turned black, cracked, like it had shattered from the inside. She didn't speak for the rest of the night, because that meant something. That meant she had gotten through, not to the house, but to Evan. His thread was still out there, still his, still holding strong. The next morning, she stitched a new symbol into the edge of her coat, a combination of the spiral from the attic and the crooked line that Evan used to draw in the dirt when they played spy games as kids. It was messy, uneven, but it felt real. It was memory made armor. They moved on. To the next town, to the next whisper. Lily carried her needle. Jean carried the ash, and somewhere behind them, the house shifted again. Watching, learning, waiting, but it wasn't alone anymore. Because Lily wasn't just stitching to remember, she was stitching to remind that the house might be endless. But she was the thread that wouldn't break. The town was called Marrow Creek, a name that settled uneasily in Lily's chest the moment she saw it printed on the rusted sign, swinging on two chains by the roadside. Something about it felt too deliberate, too neatly poetic for a place like this. Towns like Marrow Creek weren't named, they were claimed. The houses along the main road sagged with rot, windows open like mouths too tired to scream. Most of them looked abandoned, though someone had placed fresh flowers on a crumbling porch step, as if to remind the world something living still passed through here. Lily didn't need the button to tell her. The house was near. She felt it in the pressure behind her eyes, in the hum beneath her teeth, like her body recognized the shift before her mind caught up. Jean pulled the truck into a gravel lot behind an old service station. They hadn't spoken for hours. Neither needed to. This was how it always started, quiet, stretched too thin across the silence, the world holding its breath like it knew what came next. They asked no questions when they entered the town. No door-to-door investigations. No flyers. No posing as social workers or park rangers like they had in other places. They simply watched, and within an hour they saw her, a girl, 9, maybe 10, standing alone in the middle of the street, barefoot and smiling at nothing. She didn't flinch when a breeze swept dust through her hair. Her dress was clean, too clean, not a wrinkle, not a speck of dirt. She held something in one hand, a ragged toy half sewn. The thread dangled like a loose limb. Lily knew that look, vacancy disguised as contentment. Jean whispered, "How long you think she's been gone?" Lily's voice cracked as she answered, "She hasn't come back yet. That's not her. Not all of her." They didn't approach right away. The girl would vanish if they moved too quickly. They'd learned that the hard way. The house had eyes, but it also had instincts. It watched the watching. Instead, they followed her from a distance, tracking her through side streets and alleyways until she slipped between the broken boards of an old boarding house near the edge of town. That's where it lived now. The boarding house was 5 stories high, long abandoned, but the glass in its windows gleamed. Not from light, but from the inside, as though something behind the glass was mimicking reflection. The door opened before they touched it. Not in welcome. In warning, they stepped inside, salt in their pockets, ash tucked into the hems of their jackets. Every time they entered a new structure touched by the house, they carried pieces of the old with them. Old wood, old names, old pain. Memory was the one thing that gave them protection, and in places like this, memory was more important than light. Inside, the air was wrong, not stale, just still. Too still, as if every molecule had been hung from string and told not to move. The girl was waiting at the top of the staircase, still barefoot, still smiling. But now there was blood on her hands, not dripping, just stained, like she'd held something she wasn't meant to. John whispered, "That's not her toy." Because it wasn't. The thing in her hand wasn't a doll anymore. It was a piece of someone. Not flesh, fabric made to look like flesh, a stitched piece of a face, a cheek, a crooked smile sewn into existence and forgotten halfway through. The girl turned and walked up the stairs, slow and steady, without once looking back. They followed. Each step creaked like it had its own mouth. The stairs spiraled longer than the building allowed, wrapping higher and higher, until they weren't in the boarding house anymore. Not fully. The walls had changed, no longer plaster. Now flesh-colored linen, rippling as if it was breathing in time with the silence. Threads dangled like cobwebs. Some were pulled tight across doorways. Others fluttered in the air like they'd just been cut. Lily reached out and touched the wall. It shivered. She pulled her hand back, heart hammering. "They're building again," she said. Not just imitating. Creating. They reached a landing where 6 doors faced inward toward a center point, an atrium like space with no ceiling. Above them, only black. Below them, just a void. Each door had a different handle. One was glass, one bone, one hair, one teeth. One was locked, and the last was open. The girl stood inside it. She held out the fabric piece. "Yours," she said. Lily didn't take it. "Where did you find that?" she asked. The girl tilted her head. "You left it behind, in the room between breaths." Lily went cold, because she remembered that phrase. It wasn't real. It was something the house used to say when it tried to lure her to sleep in its earlier forms. The room between breaths is where the quiet lives. That's what it whispered. She thought she'd forgotten it. The house hadn't. It had been waiting for her to forget. Jean stepped forward. "We don't need the piece. We brought our own thread." She reached into her jacket and pulled out a hand-sized bundle. It was a ball of stitched memory, small tokens they'd taken from other hauntings. Glass from a mirror, bits of wallpaper from the Graves house, scorched wood from a door that used to lead nowhere. She tossed it into the center of the atrium. The room groaned, then shuddered. Threads snapped from the walls and curled inward, recoiling from the ball like it burned. The girl flinched. Her eyes, finally, blinked. And in that moment, Lily saw her real reflection in the girl's irises, terrified, hiding, alive. "Get her out," John said. Lily moved forward. scooping the girl into her arms. She weighed almost nothing. Her skin was cold cloth, just barely skin anymore. As Lily turned to run, one of the doors slammed shut. Then another. Then another. The house was closing its trap. But Lily had already stitched the way out. She pulled the ash pouch from her coat and hurled it into the blackness above. The atrium screamed. Not like a person, like a choir of unfinished dolls crying in rage and grief. And then everything fell. Walls, doors, threads. The fabric of the house tore. They landed outside the boarding house. No signs of collapse. No broken windows. But the girl in Lily's arms began to cry. Real tears. Warm ones. She spoke for the first time, voice raw. "Where's my mother?" Lily held her tighter. "We'll help you find her." Jean stood nearby, eyes scanning the street. "Another version," she said. "A harder one. It's experimenting now. Seeing what sticks." Lily nodded, heart heavy. "But it stitched wrong this time," she said. It remembered something it didn't understand. "What?" Lily looked at the girl, who now clutched the same toy as before. Only this time, it wasn't bloody. It was just torn. A patch missing where a mouth used to be. It remembered how to lose. It wasn't over. Lily felt that the moment the girl fell asleep in her arms, her tiny fingers clutching the threadbare toy like it was the last piece of a dream she didn't want to wake from. The house might have lost this round, but it hadn't vanished. It never did. What Lily had done wasn't a victory. It was a disruption. A thread pulled loose from a bigger pattern. One that had started to unravel something deep, something that no one, not even the house itself, had been prepared for. They took the girl to a woman named Harriet, a caretaker in the neighboring county, who had seen more strange disappearances than most could stomach. She didn't ask questions. When Lily and John arrived in the middle of the night with a lucid child who had no memory of her last 7 days, Harriet simply nodded, opened the door, and said, "We'll watch her here." Quietly. Lily had expected resistance. Instead, she found something scarier: recognition. Harriet had seen it too. Back in the truck, Jean didn't say anything for a long time. The road stretched ahead, broken yellow lines flickering under the headlights like Morse code from another world. Lily finally spoke. "Did you hear what the girl said before she fell asleep?" Jean shook her head. She said, "They stitched my shadow first." Jane's hands tightened on the wheel. "Then we're in worse territory than I thought." "Why?" "Because shadows remember everything we forget," John said, her voice distant. "And if the house is learning how to thread shadows, it means it's not just mimicking bodies anymore. It's tracking memory." Lily closed her eyes. That made sense. Horrible, unsettling sense. She had always felt like something was watching her thoughts, not just her face. The dreams, the perfectly placed temptations, the false warmth the house constructed. All of it was too accurate for mere guesswork. The house wasn't just building from what it saw. It was digging into what people buried. That night, she didn't sleep. Instead, she sat in the back of the truck, wrapped in a blanket, needle and thread in hand, stitching again. This time, not herself, not even Evan. She stitched the girl. Not her name, she didn't know it, but her feeling. The way her hands trembled when Lily reached for her, the weight of her head against Lily's chest, the thread of fear stitched into the line of her jaw. She sewed it all into a tiny doll, and on the inside, she stitched a symbol, the spiral wrapped in a broken circle. Protection, memory, ownership. When she finished, the doll shivered once, just once. And then it was still. Jean watched her from the front seat. "You've gotten better." Lily didn't look up. "The house made me good. That was its mistake," Jean replied. The next call came 2 days later. A message left on a voicemail they never gave out. Static first. Then a woman's voice. Broken and afraid. I found a room in my basement that wasn't there before. It's behind the furnace. My son says it sings when the lights are off. I haven't gone in yet, but A pause. A sob. "I think it's calling my name. No address. No town name." But Lily knew what to do. She held the button again. Cracked, blackened, but not dead. It spun slowly in her palm, pulling toward the southeast. Always toward the next door. They didn't pack much. Just the essentials: the needle kit, the salt, the ash, the mirror shard wrapped in cloth. Lily no longer flinched when she touched it. Pain was the proof she was still her. Pain reminded her of before. They drove for 6 hours before the wind changed. It always did, just before they reached a new stitched place. It carried the scent of something wrong, wet wood and iron, like a coffin left open in the rain. The houses began to lean closer to the road. The telephone poles grew taller than they should have, wires drooping like tangled threads. And then the air itself grew dense, slowing. The truck's engine hiccuped once. The headlights flickered. They were close. This house didn't have a name. The mailbox was missing. But they knew it when they saw it. The way the siding seemed to ripple in the corner of their eyes. The way the windows reflected back older versions of themselves. Jean looked 10 years younger in one. Lily saw herself as a child in another, eyes wide, already knowing too much. The basement door was already open, and they hadn't even stepped inside. "You feel that?" Lily whispered. Jean nodded. "It's not hiding anymore," she said. "It's welcoming." They entered together. The air was warm, too warm. The walls pulsed, not like breath, like a heartbeat. And in the center of the basement, they saw it. Not the house, not a doll, not a person, but a loom. Massive, ancient, spinning without hands. Threads pulling themselves across the frame, tightening with unnatural speed. And in those threads, faces. Flickering, mouths opening silently. One was the girl they'd saved. Another was a boy Lily didn't recognize, but felt like she should. And one was Evan, older again, looking straight at her, not screaming, not crying, just watching. The loom spun faster. Jean reached for the ash, but Lily stepped forward first. This wasn't just mimicry anymore. The house wasn't building copies. It was weaving memory into being, giving form to ghosts not of the dead, but of the forgotten. And it had figured out the most dangerous thing of all, how to give those ghosts a body. Lily took out the last unburned thread from her coat, a silver one, thin, strong. It had been with her since the beginning, buried inside the seam of Evan's hoodie. Unnoticed until she'd stitched her own doll in the barn weeks ago. She now knew what it was: the anchor. She tied it around the base of the loom. The spinning slowed. The faces flickered. One by one, they began to turn toward her. Real now, not just trapped, present. The loom screamed. The house shook, but Lily didn't move. "I am the thread you couldn't break," she whispered. And the loom stopped, dead still. The room went silent. And then the basement door behind them slammed shut. They were locked in. But it was different this time, because for once, the house was scared. The slam of the basement door didn't echo. That was the first sign something was wrong. Sounds always echoed in closed spaces, bouncing from wall to wall until they faded. But this one didn't bounce. It stuck. The moment the wooden door sealed behind them, the air inside the basement thickened, like someone had poured glue into the room. It made every movement feel heavier. Each breath had to be pulled in, like it resisted being part of the living. The light from their lantern flickered. Not from lack of fuel, but from interference, as if even light couldn't decide whether to stay or run. Lily stared at the loom. It no longer moved, but the threads twitched. Some sagged. Others curled, like they were trying to slither away unnoticed. The faces woven into the tapestry hung half, formed like paintings unfinished at the moment of greatest pain. Evan's was still the clearest. His eyes were shut now, and that somehow disturbed Lily more than when he'd been staring at her. She took a step closer, and the floor groaned, not from weight but recognition. Jean tilted her head. "It's remembering." Lily looked at her. "What?" "The floor," Jean murmured, stepping lightly. "It remembers every step ever taken down here, and it's choosing which ones to replay." As if summoned by her words, Lily felt it, an odd chill that brushed her calves. Not wind, not cold. It was the memory of someone else's footfalls, heavy, bare, damp. A child's steps, perhaps. Repeated, back and forth, over and over again. A looping path that ended at the loom, turned and began again, over and over, over and over. Who was walking? Lily whispered, her voice caught between her ribs. And then came the sound, not loud, just close. A soft, dragging footstep behind them. They turned together. Nothing, just the closed door. But then, another step. Closer. This time, not from behind. From beneath. Jean dropped to her knees and pressed her hand to the floorboards. Her face paled instantly. "There's a crawl space," she said. "No," Lily replied. "There wasn't. I looked at the blueprint. This house was built with a poured foundation." Jean stood slowly. "Then it was added later. Or the house made it itself." Another step, right under Lily's heel. She jumped back. This time, the wood warped, slightly rising beneath her feet like something had exhaled too hard underneath. The lantern light sputtered again. "We have to open it," Lily said. Jean didn't move. "No," she said quietly. "We don't. We salt it. We burn it. We leave it closed." But Lily was already kneeling. Her fingers found the knot between two warped boards. Not nailed. Threaded. The seam between the floorboards was stitched, not with rope, but with hair. Real, blonde. A child's. She cut it with her knife. The boards separated with a gasp. The smell was immediate. Wet cloth, old rust, and something chemical, like glue or plastic but rotten, like dolls melted in a furnace and left to simmer. Lily gagged, turned her head. But the hole was open now. A square tunnel only 3 feet deep led away from the basement beneath the foundation, lined not with stone or wood, but pages. "Are those books?" Jean asked. Lily reached down and tore one loose. It was thin, hand-bound. The cover had no title, but the inside was filled with names, just names. Dozens, hundreds, some crossed out, some still intact, and next to each, an age, a time of day, a location, and a single word returned or kept. Jean took the book and flipped through. Her eyes widened. "They're logs," she said. "The house, it keeps track." Lily was already crawling into the hole. "Don't," Jean warned. "This isn't part of the house. It's beneath the house." "That's why we need to see it," Lily said, her voice tight. "The house lives in layers. We've only ever dealt with the skin. I want to know what it's hiding in the bones." She moved forward. The crawl space was tighter than it looked. The walls pressed in on her sides, the pages crinkling softly with every breath. Some were blank. Others were still warm, like they'd only just been written. She turned a corner and found a wider space where the tunnel opened up into a small chamber, no bigger than a child's bedroom, and in the center was a crib, empty. Above it, strung from the ceiling, were dozens of name tags, all dangling, all spinning, all whispering. She reached for one. It had no name, just a stitched outline of a face she recognized. Her own. Not full, not precise, but close enough. The crib creaked behind her. She turned. Something moved. Just barely. The mattress. It breathed. And for a moment, the outline of a baby's face surfaced in the cloth. Not a doll, not flesh, something halfway. It opened its mouth and whimpered. Not a cry. A call. Lily stepped back, her entire body screaming to flee. But her eyes locked on the name tags again. Each one had not just a name, but a moment. A decision. These weren't trophies. They were promises. Each person marked here hadn't just been taken. They'd been offered. Something moved behind her. She spun, knife drawn. But it was Jean she'd followed. "What is this?" she asked. "The nursery," Lily whispered. "The house is building from scratch now. It's not just mimicking people. It's trying to make its own." Jean pointed to the name tags. "These are people the house is using as templates. And some of them," Lily added, "never existed at all. It's building identities that never were. Stitching people it invented. That's why no one remembers. The house is making sure there's nothing to remember." Jean leaned down to the crib. eyes filled with something between awe and dread. "What do we do?" she asked. Lily held up the silver thread. The loom was the house's tool. This is mine." She tied the thread around the crib's leg. The moment she pulled it tight, the air shifted. All the name tags stopped spinning. And then, a voice. Clear. Human. Behind them. "You shouldn't be here." They turned. A boy stood in the crawlspace tunnel, maybe 16. Hair matted. Skin pale. His eyes were stitched open. Not crudely, but carefully. He wasn't in pain. He was guarding. "The house made me right," he said. "You're the mistakes." Lily's voice was quiet. "What's your name?" He blinked, stitched lids pulling tight. "I'm what came after Evan." Lily froze. John stepped forward. "We're not going to hurt you." But the boy smiled. "I'm not afraid of hurt." Then he stepped into the light, and the floor beneath them opened wide, not collapsing, not breaking, just remembering every footstep ever taken by people who never should have existed. And this time, they were being called home. There are footsteps you never take, but the world remembers them anyway. Choices you never made, roads you never followed, identities you never wore, but something, remembers them in your place. That was the kind of memory Lily fell into when the floor beneath her gave way. It wasn't the sickening drop of a collapsing floor. No jolt of sudden gravity, no scream. Just a reversal, as if reality had politely stepped aside to let her through, and she was tumbling into the hollow space carved from forgotten might have beens. She didn't fall long. In fact, it didn't feel like falling at all. It felt like being threaded, pulled downward through fabric that folded around her like skin, until she landed, softly, on a surface that sighed beneath her. She stood slowly. The space was massive, but wrong. Her eyes couldn't find walls or edges, just a strange, flickering haze that shifted every time she tried to focus. The ceiling was too high or maybe didn't exist at all. The floor pulsed beneath her boots, faint and rhythmic, like a heartbeat buried under layers of dirt. Jean landed beside her seconds later, groaning. "Please tell me we didn't just get born into a stomach." Lily didn't answer. She was too busy staring at what stood ahead. A hallway, narrow, but not empty. Lining each side were doors, dozens, hundreds. Each marked not with numbers, but phrases, little fragments of memory. Some were chillingly mundane, the lie you told about the cat, the time you left the oven on and blamed your sister, the moment you almost told him you loved him. Others were impossible. The name you whispered before you were born. The dream that wasn't yours but hurt like it was. The version of you that drowned when you were 6, even though you never went swimming. And at the end of the hallway, a mirror. Not reflective, but alive. It pulsed with every step she took forward. Jan stayed behind, examining the doorways. "These aren't memories," she murmured. "They're prototypes." Lily froze. "What?" Jean tapped one door. It read, "The Lily Graves who burned down the house before it took Evan." "These are versions of you," John said quietly. "Paths you didn't walk, people you could have been." Lily's heart began to race, because now she understood. This wasn't a prison. It was a looming room, a thread vault. And the house hadn't just been mimicking people to survive. It had been gathering data. Every mistake, every guilt, every untaken step, feeding on unrealized versions of everyone it touched. Because the one truth that terrified humans more than anything else wasn't death. It was regret. The hallway existed to stitch those regrets into lives that never were, then let them walk the world. "Avon didn't just die," Lily whispered. "He got rewritten." Jean stepped beside her, and the boy upstairs, the one with the stitched eyes. "He's one of them." Lily nodded. "One of my other paths. One where I never made it out of the attic. One where I gave in. The house is stitching people out of choices." The mirror at the end of the hallway flickered. It didn't show her reflection. It showed her as a mother, holding a baby, rocking it gently in a room filled with moonlight. Her eyes were soft, her smile tired, and in her arms a child with Evan's eyes. Not a replacement. A possibility. A cruel one. Jean stepped forward. Don't look too long. But it was already pulling Lily in. The version of her in the mirror turned her head, stared directly at her, and said, "You're the dream. I'm the memory." Lily's knees buckled. She stumbled back, breathing hard, rage and sorrow colliding in her throat. The mirror cracked. Just a hairline fracture across the face. "Why?" she gasped. Jean touched her shoulder. "Because the house doesn't just feed on who we are. It offers us what we could have been. And then it asks a single question." Lily didn't want to ask, but she did anyway. What question? Jean looked her dead in the eyes. Wouldn't that have been better? Silence fell between them. Heavy, almost unlivable, until the floor shuddered again. The hallway began to narrow, walls closing in. Doors started to melt into the structure. The mirror pulsed with urgency. The house was trying to trap them here, to convince them, to rewrite them. Lily snapped. No. She reached into her coat and pulled out the doll she'd stitched for the little girl in Marrow Creek. A totem. A memory. An anchor. She pressed it against the wall of the hallway, and the entire space flinched. "Your offer is rejection," she said aloud. "Your gift is a lie. You build from the parts we hate most and expect us to thank you." The doors began to burn, each one curling inward, vanishing into cinders. Jean took the cue. She hurled the silver thread from the crib down the hall. It landed at the mirror's base, and began to pull, not tug, pull. The mirror shattered, not violently, not loudly. It dissolved like sugar in water, spilling threads across the floor. Each thread wriggled, searching for something to anchor to, but there was nothing left, only Lily and Jean, and the one real truth: they had chosen their paths, and they had chosen to remember, and the house couldn't change that. The hallway trembled violently, but the floor beneath them held, not a trap, a test. And they had passed. When they climbed back into the crawl space, the boy with stitched eyes was gone. The crib had unraveled into string, and the books in the tunnel, blank, every name wiped clean. Jane leaned against the wall, chest heaving. "We didn't just win." Lily nodded, shaking. "We stole back what it thought it owned." But she knew better than to celebrate. The house had flinched. It hadn't fallen. The true version of Evan was still lost somewhere inside those tangled threads of forgotten futures and stolen regrets. But now she had a map. Not one written in ink or charted with symbols. A map made from the only thing the house couldn't counterfeit: choice. And for the first time, since that attic door swung shut all those years ago, Lily Graves was ready to walk every wrong path, just to burn them behind her. There's a moment when silence doesn't feel empty. It feels crowded, like the quiet isn't quiet at all, but listening, watching, breathing before you do. That's what the air felt like when Lily and Jane emerged from the crawl space back into the basement. The nursery, the books, the boy with the stitched eyes, they were all gone, wiped from the house as though they'd never existed. But the weight of them remained, like a footprint burned into the floorboards. And even without the mirror, without the loom or the echoing hallway of regrets, Lily knew the house hadn't retreated. It was recalculating. The house never stopped building, it just paused to rethread. And now, it had a new pattern. Jean leaned against the wall, eyes dark and distant, her breath still shallow. The burn on her forearm from earlier had started to throb again, and beneath the gauze, Lily saw something she hadn't before: stitching. Not from any needle they'd used, but from something smaller, more precise, like the house had reached out and mended her in its own image while she slept. Jean hadn't noticed. She just looked tired. "Hollow. We need to leave," Jane whispered. Lily nodded, but the basement didn't agree. The door at the top of the stairs swung open with a creak, not abrupt, not forced, just inviting. And from the other side came a sound that made Lily's bones hum with nausea. Not footsteps, not whispers. Echoes of their own voices, perfectly mimicked, louder, whispers, screams. Moments pulled from hours past, some forgotten, some never spoken aloud. And ahead of them, somewhere in the dark, those echoes moved before they did. Is it mimicking us? Jean asked, her voice flat. No, Lily said. It's previewing. They climbed the stairs slowly, the lantern flickering with each step. As they reached the first floor, the house looked different, not changed, not rotting or twisted, but cleansed. The way a corpse looks just before burial, tidy, still, unnatural. The furniture sat undisturbed, the air didn't pulse. But every surface reflected them now, vases, cabinet glass, the dark gleam of the polished banister. But the reflections weren't right. Lily's face turned too late. Jean's eyes blinked when hers didn't. And behind each image was something else. Not a shadow, not a figure, an idea. Lily leaned closer to a hallway mirror and saw it a flicker of herself, sitting at a dinner table she'd never owned, smiling at a man whose face she couldn't quite see, feeding a child that did not yet exist. And yet the warmth in her chest was real. That's how the house was adapting now. Not by force, by temptation. Jean saw it too. Her reflection stood at a chalkboard, surrounded by students, teaching, smiling, not hunted, not haunted, just free. They stepped away at the same time. It's walking ahead of us, Lily said, heart pounding. Why? Jean whispered. Lily's eyes scanned the room. Because we're too dangerous to chase now. It doesn't want to pull us in. It wants us to follow. And for the first time, Lily wasn't sure they shouldn't, because that warmth, that sense of completion, it was sharper than fear, more seductive than any mimicry. What if they had done enough? What if they'd burned enough threads? What if the version of Lily in that reflection was the real one, the one who'd finally earned a quiet life? She stepped back toward the mirror, only slightly, and the child in the image looked up, eyes black as coal, mouth sewn shut. It smiled. Lily turned away fast enough to choke. No, we're not done. Not yet. Jean was already pulling her toward the front door, but it didn't open. Instead, it folded, literally. Like paper bending into itself, the wood crinkled, warped, and peeled away, revealing not the outside, but another room. A new one. One that didn't belong on any floor plan. A hallway stretched forward, long, sterile, and too bright. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead. On each side were windows, and behind each one a room. A version. Jean gasped. Inside one, she was lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by doctors, eyes glassy, motionless, tubes in her arms. A coma. In another, Lily was strapped to a gurney, whispering about red doors while a nurse adjusted restraints. The hallway wasn't just temptation anymore. It was a threat. Walk forward, a voice said. Not loud, not from any direction. Just there. Lily turned. The boy from the crawlspace stood behind them. Still 16. Still stitched. But this time, he wasn't alone. Dozens of others stood in the room now, silent, unmoving. Each one carried a thread. Some silver, some red, some black. Every one of them had her face. Not exactly, not perfectly, but almost. They were all versions of Lily, unmade. Half-stitched. Forgotten. And now they stared at her with one unified question burning in their empty gaze. Why you and not us? Lily's voice shook. I didn't choose to live. I fought to. The stitched boy smiled. That's not enough anymore. Jean stepped in front of her, raising her lantern like a weapon. She earned her path. And you're just threads cut too late. But the boy only stepped aside, gestured toward the hallway. Then prove it, he said. Walk ahead. See what waits. But understand this. Every door you open, every room you face, will cost you a piece of yourself. Because you are made of mistakes. Lily Graves, and the house is learning how to use them. Lily clenched her fists. She didn't want to walk that hallway. But she would. Because every version of her waiting behind those doors was a reason to keep going. Not because she was stronger, but because she'd survived long enough to choose. And survival was something the house could never fabricate. She stepped into the hallway, Jean beside her. And behind them, the stitched ones began to smile. not with joy, with recognition. Because now the house wasn't chasing, it was leading. And it had just opened the door to Lily's worst fear, a life where she had been the mistake all along. There are some doors you're not meant to open. Not because they're locked, but because they're you. Not physical, not even metaphor. Just silent, buried truths with hinges made of shame and handles rusted shut by fear. The kind of doors no one else can find, let alone pass through. And as Lily stepped deeper into the hallway that the house had unfolded before her, she realized this wasn't a test of strength or memory anymore. This was personal. The house wasn't just watching her now. It was inside her, digging. The corridor was bright, too bright, as if trying too hard to appear clean, controlled, sterile. The walls hummed faintly under the false white light, like a hospital or a prison. Everything felt scrubbed of warmth, as though emotion had been boiled out of the air. The hallway's fluorescent buzz set Lily's teeth on edge. Each step echoed an unnatural rhythm, like someone was walking just slightly out of sync behind her. Jean didn't speak. Her silence was a shield, and Lily was grateful for it. The stitched boy's words still rattled in her head, "Every door you open will cost you a piece of yourself." That was the kind of warning that doesn't need to be explained. You feel it. It clings. It waits. Like regret. The first door appeared without sound. Just a ripple on the wall, like oil splitting from water. A handle emerged, brass and cracked. No name, just a mark. A single spiral drawn in ash. It was her symbol. Not the house's, hers. Lily reached out. Jean put a hand on her wrist. You don't have to. But she did. She turned the handle. Inside was a bedroom. Her bedroom. Not now, not as it had been, but how it could have been. Books she never read sat neatly on a shelf. Pictures she never took lined the dresser. Trophies she never earned sparkled from a glass case. On the bed sat a version of herself, long hair brushed, face unscarred, posture perfect. This Lily turned slowly as they entered. She looked proud, but also bored. You didn't fight, Lily said. The other her smiled. Why would I? Everything worked out. Jean walked slowly around the room, her face unreadable. This is the version the world wants you to be, she said softly. The one who never stumbled. The one who didn't have to burn. Lily felt hollow inside. This wasn't tempting. It was infuriating. I don't want this, she said. The other Lily shrugged. Doesn't matter. The house does. And in an instant, the walls of the room began to contract. Not visually, but emotionally. Every object began to feel too clean, too cold, like hospital equipment sanitized after a death. The trophies pulsed like veins. The books blood between their pages. The other Lily stood, her smile widening into something inhuman. You don't get to leave, she whispered. But Lily had already pulled the silver thread from her pocket, the last untouched anchor from Evan's hoodie. She wrapped it around the doorknob and pulled tight. The floor cracked, the ceiling blinked, and the perfect room collapsed inward, taking the smug, false version of herself with it, folding into itself like paper set on fire. Jean caught her as she stumbled back into the hallway. You all right? She asked. No, Lily said. But that's the point. The next door was already there. She didn't wait. She opened it and found Evan, or a version of him. He was sitting on a swing set in a yard that had never existed. The sky was too blue, the grass too still. He wore the hoodie, the real one. And he looked exactly as he had when she last saw him in the real world. Just before the attic, before the button, before everything went wrong, he smiled. Hey, he said. It broke her. Not the words, the ease. The way he said it, like he hadn't died, like the house hadn't taken him. Like this was just another Saturday afternoon, and she hadn't spent years threading memory into tiny dolls to keep herself from shattering. Why are you here? She asked, voice raw. He shrugged. I'm a possibility. You could stay. Lily walked forward slowly. This wasn't like the last room. There was no aggression here, no trap visible, just comfort. But comfort could be fatal. "Are you real?" she asked. He looked up at the sky. "Does it matter?" She shook her head. "Yeah, it does." "Then no," he said. "But neither are you, not in here." Behind her, the swing creaked once, and she saw it. The thread, the same silver line wrapped around his ankle, trailing off into the grass, vanishing into the illusion. This wasn't her Evan, but it was his pain, trapped, anchored. "Held? Where's the real you?" she asked. The not Evan hesitated, then whispered, "Where the house keeps its first name." Lily's breath hitched. Jean froze. "What do you mean?" Jean asked. "The house has a name. All things do." The not Evan replied, "Even the ones we build with lies." And then he vanished, just blinked out of existence. The swing kept swinging. Lily stepped forward and snatched the silver thread from the ground. It recoiled, twitched. Like something alive, she wrapped it around her wrist. Another anchor. Another truth. She left the room before it could dissolve. Jean followed. "Do we follow the thread?" she asked. Lily nodded. "It's pointing us somewhere deeper." The hallway continued to stretch ahead, but now the walls changed. They pulsed like breath. No longer sterile. They'd become flesh. The house was shedding its masks. Each door now bore something stranger, not words, but faces, stitched into the wood. Some hers, some Jean's, some Evan's, others unrecognizable, but all connected, each one humming softly, not with words, with memory. Lily reached the next door. It wore her mother's face. And that's when she broke, because the door opened itself. No handle, no effort, just welcome. She stepped inside. The kitchen was identical. Down to the burn mark on the counter, the broken tile under the sink. The calendar on the fridge stuck on the month Evan vanished. And her mother was standing at the stove, humming a lullaby she didn't know she remembered. "Dinner's almost ready," she said without turning. Lily shook. Jean stayed behind. This wasn't her fight. "Why are you here?" Lily asked. Her mother didn't answer, just stirred the pot. And when Lily looked closer, she saw it wasn't food. It was thread, red, black, silver, boiling, bubbling, twisting. The scent made her dizzy, not putrid. Familiar. Home. "What are you making?" she asked. Her mother turned then, and her face was hollow, not blank, worn. Like the memory of her mother had been played too many times, and now only the emotion of her remained. "I'm making what's left," she said, "after you forgot me." Lily stepped back. "I didn't forget you," she snapped. But the house knew the truth. You have to forget in order to survive sometimes. And now it was charging interest. The pot overflowed. Thread spilled across the floor, wending toward her boots. Reaching, wrapping, tightening. Jean kicked the door in just in time, cutting the threads with a blade soaked in ash. They retreated like worms under salt. Lily fell to her knees, but clutched something as she hit the floor. A small, stained apron. Tiny, familiar, her mother's. A real piece. Another anchor. She pressed it to her chest, and for the first time in this entire descent, Lily felt the one emotion the house couldn't counterfeit: forgiveness. They left the room. Didn't look back. The hallway twisted. And at the far end now, the thread she carried pulled down. Not forward, down. The house was leading them not toward escape, but toward its origin. The room where its name lived, where all doors were born, and where the real Evan still waited to be remembered. The thread was pulling harder now, not in a tugging sense, but in a kind of gravitational way. Like the truth buried beneath the house had finally sensed their presence and was reaching up with slow, deliberate arms. Lily felt it winding around her spine, threading between her ribs, nestling close to her heartbeat. Each step forward along the flesh, like corridor, was a choice to descend further into a memory that wasn't entirely hers. And Jean followed in silence, the kind of silence that only exists between people who've survived too much together to pretend anything is okay. The hallway had no end. Only a fold. Not a door, not a hatch, just a space that bent inward, like a curtain sewn from muscle and sound. It pulsed faintly, almost breathing. And as Lily stepped through, She felt her name get heavier, as though the house was reading it letter by letter, pressing each syllable into the walls. Beyond the fold, they entered the oldest part of the house. No paint, no wallpaper, just timber bones and soil that hadn't seen sunlight in a century. The walls wept with moisture. Roots snaked across the ceiling, pulsing faintly, as though they remembered things the house had long forgotten. The air was thick, warmer than it should have been, but colder than anything alive could survive in for long. In the center of the room stood a crib, not like the one from before. This one was carved from stone, veined with rust, and filled with a kind of black silk that moved like water when you looked directly at it. Hanging above it were tags. Dozens, maybe hundreds, each one dangling from a single filament of silver thread, and each tag had a single word, not names, feelings, abandonment, jealousy, hope, rage, grief. Lily stared, her chest tightening. "This isn't a crib," John murmured. "It's a seed." And it made sense, too much sense. The house had been born here, not constructed, not designed, born from emotion, from memory, from a single act so heavy, so sharp, that it split the space between the real and the impossible. Lily stepped forward, heart pounding. She knew what she was about to see. She knew who was lying in the crib. And she also knew it wouldn't be him. Not fully. Not really. Because Evan, as he was, had been taken too long ago. But part of him, just enough to make it hurt, remained. She looked down. There he was. Small. Still. His eyes were open, but he didn't blink. His mouth twitched, like he was mouthing something silently over and over again. Lily leaned in. The word became clear. Home. He was asking for it, calling to it. Not her. Not Jean. Not anything human. But to the house. Jean stepped beside her, lips trembling. "He's not dying." No, Lily agreed. "He's becoming." That's when the walls began to move. Not collapse, not cave in, just turn. Like the entire room had decided to rotate reality itself, and now Lily stood not inside a chamber, but within the first thought the house had ever formed, and it was her face. Walls shaped into her contours. Her voice whispered from corners she couldn't see. Her laughter echoed, but only the broken, cracked kind. The kind you make when you can't stop crying and it turns to hysteria. Lily grabbed Jean's arm. "We need to wake him up." Jean didn't move. She was staring at something on the far wall, a mirror. Not glass, water. Still dark and alive. Floating in the liquid was a dress. Lily's childhood dress. The one she wore the night her mother fell down the stairs, and the house started watching. "I think we've reached the beginning," Jane whispered. Lily walked slowly toward the mirror. "I don't remember this room," she said. "That's because it remembers you first," Jean replied. The mirror shimmered. Lily saw herself, not as she was, as she would have been if she'd made the wrong decision. If she'd let Evan die without trying. If she'd accepted the house's first offer. It was the original lie. The house had built everything from that one spark, the grief-soaked hope that maybe, just maybe, if you give it enough of yourself, it will undo what happened. It never could, but that didn't stop it from trying. And now it was offering her the same deal again. "Take the crib," a voice said. No speaker, just presence. "Take what you lost. Let us keep what you hate." Jean spoke before Lily could answer. "That's not a gift. That's guilt." The house didn't respond. It didn't need to. It had the crib, and it had Evan. Lily stepped to the stone edge and reached into the silk. The thread wrapped around her fingers like vines. She pulled. Evan jerked. His eyes turned black, and from his mouth poured threads. Not screams. Threads. They wound around her wrist, her arm, her shoulder, trying to stitch her in. Jean lit a match. "No!" Lily cried. Not fire, but Jean didn't drop it. Instead, she pressed it to the apron, the one Lily had brought from the last door, and whispered a name. Not Evan's. Not hers. The house's. It echoed through the chamber like a curse. A sound that wasn't human. Not a word, not a language. Just recognition. The crib cracked. The threads recoiled. The water mirror shattered silently, and the roots above them screamed. Lily grabbed Evan, what was left of him, and pulled. He didn't resist, but he didn't help either. He was limp, half-made, but present. Jean sliced through the last threads with a silver knife, and the room buckled, not collapsed, buckled. As if the weight of that one spoken name had broken the foundation of everything the house had built for itself. The door behind them opened, not a path back, but a tunnel forward. The house wasn't finished, but it had been interrupted. It would rebuild. It always did. But for now, Lily had him, Evan, whatever was left, whatever could still be saved. They didn't look back. They didn't run. They walked, because the house only wins when you flee. But if you carry your grief like armor, if you look your regrets in the eye, if you remember your own name louder than the one the house gives you, you can leave. Not free, not healed, but alive, and sometimes that's enough. Evan's weight in Lily's arms felt wrong, not because he was too heavy or too light, but because he didn't respond. No warmth, no struggle, no recognition. Just a shell that breathed shallowly, rhythmically, as if keeping time for something else entirely. Something deeper. Something still buried in the house's bones. The hallway they stepped into was narrow, shrinking, pulsing like the throat of a beast that hadn't quite decided whether to swallow or spit them out. Jean led the way now, her knife out, silver blade stained with a streak of black that didn't reflect light the way blood should. Behind them, the stone room, the cradle, the name, the water mirror was gone. Sealed off. Not just closed, but forgotten by force. And that's when the real fear began to settle in. Not fear of the house itself, but of what it was doing to them. Because Lily didn't feel like she was escaping anymore. She felt like she was leaving something behind that the house needed her to forget. The details were starting to blur at the edges of her memory. Conversations she was sure she had, moments she clung to for survival, all slipping like sand through her fingers. The house wasn't trying to kill them. It was trying to erode them. Not erase. Rewrite. As they moved, the floor changed beneath their feet, stone turning to carpet, then to tile, then to loose dirt. Every 20 steps, the environment rewrote itself. Every change more disorienting than the last. It was like walking through the mind of someone losing themselves in real time. The walls flickered with memories. Brief, unfinished moments from Lily's childhood, her mother singing, her father laughing, Evan handing her a note in class, the first time she saw a stitched doll and thought it looked lonely. Not scary. Lonely. Jean noticed it too. "This place isn't haunted," she said, almost to herself. "It's haunting itself." Lily adjusted Evan in her arms. His eyes remained open but dull, like mirrors that had stopped reflecting. The thread from the cradle was still wrapped around his ankle, and it twitched every so often, like a leash being tugged from some distant, angry place. She tried to ignore it, failed. It moved when she spoke certain words, names, mostly, her mother's, Jean's, and hers. "Lily," she said aloud, slowly. The thread coiled tighter. Reacted. Jean caught it too. It's tied to memory. That's how it holds on. "What happens if we forget him?" Lily asked, voice shaking. Jean didn't answer. She didn't need to, because in the next room, the house gave them a preview. They stepped into a space so normal it almost hurt a living room, complete with framed photos, soft couches, a TV turned off but humming slightly. And on one of the photos, sitting between a picture of Lily at graduation and Jean holding a candle in a vigil, was a group photo they'd never taken. Lily, Jean, and a smiling boy between them, not Evan, but someone with his eyes, a stranger stitched from their loss, a replacement. The caption on the photo said it all. "Thank you for letting go." Lily dropped the frame. It shattered loudly, but no sound echoed. Jean knelt beside it. "It's replacing him in our past." Lily's knees buckled. She placed Evan gently on the couch and ran both hands through her hair. "If it succeeds, we'll leave here, and not even know he existed. Jean stood and gritted her teeth. We're not letting that happen. But the house had already prepared the next test. The floor under Evan sank, like a trapdoor without a trigger. Lily lunged and grabbed him. But it wasn't his body the house wanted. It wanted her memory of him, and right now, it was cracking. I don't remember his voice, Lily whispered. I can see him. I remember his face, but his voice, it's just... Jean grabbed her by the shoulders. Then say anything he ever said. Make it up if you have to. Just remember him talking. Lily shut her eyes, and from somewhere beneath the rubble of her mind, she found it. Not a grand speech, not a final word, just a simple sentence. Something stupid. Did you steal my fries? Jean smiled through tears. That's it. The floor solidified. Evan coughed, a dry, rattling sound, but alive. Jean helped prop him upright. He blinked once, twice, and said, hoarse and cracked, you totally stole my fries. It shattered something inside Lily. Not with grief, with relief. But the house had more to throw at them. The next hallway was lined with mirrors again, but not reflections. These were recordings. Played over and over. Moments Lily hated. Moments Jean buried. Moments Evan never wanted anyone to see. Each one on repeat. Lily fighting with her mom and slamming the door. Jean ignoring her phone the night her brother called one last time. Evan walking past a crying kid on the playground. Not evil. Not even cruel. Just human. But the house wanted them to burn for it. And it would have worked, too, if not for Evan. He stood slowly, legs shaking. He walked to one mirror, placed his palm on it, and said, yeah, I did that. The mirror blinked, then vanished. He turned to another. I regret it. Gone. Another. I'm still here. Gone. The hallway began to shudder. The mirrors flickered, then ripped themselves from the walls. The house screamed. Not in anger, in fear. Because it finally understood Lily, John, and Evan weren't just walking through memories. They were owning them, and that made them unusable. The thread around Evan's ankle burned away. Smoke. Gun. They ran. Not because they were scared, but because the house was now breaking apart to stop them. The walls shifted. Reality twisted. They passed a version of Lily holding a baby she never had, crying. A version of Jean teaching in a room with no doors. A version of Evan holding a gun to his own head, sobbing. The house screamed again. Too many doors open. Too many truths spoken. Too many versions unraveled. And then, light, not gentle, blinding. A hole tore in the hallway. A place beyond the house. Beyond its walls. Beyond memory. The exit. But it came with a price. Because standing between them, and it was Lily. Another one, taller, older, angrier. And she spoke first. If you walk through that door, you leave us here. You leave me. Lily stepped forward, heart thudding. You're not me. I'm the best of you, the other Lily hissed. The one who didn't need anyone. The one who kept going. The one who never looked back. You leave and I stay. Forever. Jin stepped up beside her. No, you're just the wound that didn't heal. The other Lily smiled and said, then why do I still hurt? Lily closed the space between them. I'll always carry you, she whispered. But I won't be you. She stepped through her shadow and didn't look back. Jean and Evan followed. And for a moment, just a moment, there was peace. Until the door behind them slammed shut. And the voice of the house whispered one last thing. You left the worst of you inside. Lily knew peace wouldn't last. The second she stepped beyond the collapsing hallway, beyond the stitched memories and whispering walls, she expected something, relief maybe, a sky, air that didn't taste like sorrow. But instead she found nothing. Not blackness, not a void. Worse than that, and in between. They stood on a surface that didn't reflect light. It didn't absorb it either. It just existed. Like old grief, unspoken but always there. The world around them was too still, too quiet, like someone had hit pause on everything. Even stood between Lily and Jean, eyes slightly clearer than before but still sunken with fatigue. He wasn't tethered anymore. The thread from the cradle had been severed, but something deeper, something more invisible, was still clinging to him. Jean noticed it too. She kept glancing at him, her jaw tight, like she was waiting for him to crumble in her hands. Lily tried to speak, but her voice came out wrong. Not muffled, just distant, like someone else was using her vocal cords at a delay. "Where are we?" Jean didn't answer. She couldn't. Her voice, too, had been dimmed. That's when they saw the figure. Not a person, a remainder. It stood far off in the haze, hunched, swaying slightly, like a marionette with one string too loose. Lily's heart picked up speed, the same way it had the night her mother died, the same way it had in the attic, the nursery, the hallway. But this time, it wasn't fear driving it. It was recognition. She'd seen that shape before. Not in a mirror, not in a dream, in herself. The figure began walking toward them. No footsteps, just movement. Smooth and wrong. It didn't disturb the ground. Didn't make a sound. But with every step it took, Lily felt her chest compress. Like air was being borrowed from her lungs and fed into it. Jean reached for her knife, but the blade turned to ash in her hand. Evan stumbled back. "No," he whispered, voice barely working. "It's not here to kill us. It is us." And he was right. The figure stopped a few feet away, and Lily finally saw it clearly. It had her face, not twisted, not stitched, just tired, pale, a little too perfect. It was like looking at a mannequin made from memory. And it spoke. "You left me behind." The voice was hers, her voice. But smoother, more certain. No tremble, no hesitation. "I had to," Lily said. "You were the part that wanted to stay." The other Lily shook her head slowly. "I was the part that knew how to survive. You didn't run. You remembered. You dragged us through the cradle, the mirror, the hall of regrets. You think that makes you strong." Lily flinched, but didn't look away. "I think it makes me real." The figure stepped forward, eyes narrowing. "You think dragging pain behind you like a chain is real. You're fractured. You're half-born. You can't carry Evan. You can't protect Jean. You can't even forgive yourself. But I can." Evan grabbed Lily's wrist. "Don't listen." But the other Lily leaned in, and her voice cut through everything. "Let me back in. Let me guide you. You don't need to feel. You just need to move forward." And for a moment, it almost worked. Lily felt the old numbness wrap its arms around her. That survival instinct that masqueraded as healing. The part of her that never cried, that never screamed, that accepted everything with the silent obedience of a soldier too wounded to question orders. And Jean stepped between them and slapped the figure across the face. It didn't react. It didn't even blink. But something in the air snapped, like tension giving way after a held breath. "No more pieces," Jean said. "No more splits. No more echo versions or maybe mez. We are who we are." Lily looked at Evan. His eyes were wet, and for the first time since the cradle, he looked at her like he remembered everything. The first snow they saw together. The locked door they opened in the church basement. The time he taught her how to hold a match without burning her thumb. He was here, fully, and that meant the house hadn't won. Yet. But the figure wasn't finished. It backed away, slowly, and the air around it began to tear, like parchment splitting along a fault line. From that tear came light. But not warm light, cold, calculated. The kind of light that only shines in operating rooms and interrogation cells. And behind it, Lily saw something moving. 1,000 versions of herself. Not walking, marching. Each one stitched from a different decision. The Lily who turned left instead of right. The Lily who never forgave her mother. The Lily who let Evan die the first time. The Lily who stayed in the attic forever. They poured from the tear like spilled ink, and the ground beneath Lily, Jean, and even began to fracture. "What is this?" Jean gasped. Evan stepped forward, standing between Lily and the onslaught. "It's the house's last trick," he said. "It's not trying to scare us. It's trying to bury us under our own choices." And it was working. Each version of Lily that stepped forward brought with it a weight. A guilt, a shame, a could have been that tried to latch onto her skin like thorns. They whispered promises. With me, you never had to feel pain. With me, he never died. With me, you still had her. But Lily closed her eyes and remembered something else. Not a memory, a moment. The first time she realized she was still alive, not because she was lucky, but because she kept choosing to be, over and over, in every room, through every door. She chose not to break, not to give in, not to become a version of herself that forgot what it meant to care. She opened her eyes and reached into her pocket. The last thread, silver, soft, alive. She tied it around her wrist, then around Evan's, then around Jean's, and said one word, bind. The ground cracked, but didn't fall. The march stopped. The Depel Jeingers froze, and the figure with her face stepped back, hissing. You think one thread makes you whole? It snarled. Lily nodded. No, but it keeps me together, and that's enough. The tear began to collapse, the light dimmed, and the versions, one by one, crumbled into dust, their faces folding inward, their voices fading into silence. The false Lily let out a final scream, and vanished, leaving only the three of them, the thread and a doorway that hadn't been there before. A wooden door, simple. Painted red, no locks, no threats, just an exit. Evan touched the handle. I don't think we come back from this one. Jean nodded. That's the point. Lily exhaled and smiled, not because it was over, but because she remembered. Not everything, but enough. She opened the door and stepped through. But just before the door shut behind them, the house whispered, not in warning, but in regret, you were supposed to need me. And Lily replied, quiet and steady, I did, but I don't anymore. The door closed, and this time it stayed closed. Freedom didn't feel like a sunrise or the opening of a sky. It didn't come with music or tears. It came with a strange emptiness, like walking out of a burning building and realizing you no longer recognize the shape of your own shadow. That's what it felt like for Lily, Jean, and Evan as they crossed through the red door into a world that didn't creak beneath their feet. The ground was real again, or at least it felt that way. Dirt, grass, a narrow road that curved around a hill. Above them, a sky that actually had color. Not just black or white or blood, red haze, but clouds drifting lazily like they'd never screamed in their life. It should have felt like triumph. It didn't. Evan said nothing. He hadn't said a word since stepping through. His breathing was normal. His eyes were clear. But there was a stiffness in him, like he wasn't convinced this world was real. Jean walked beside him in silence, keeping her distance but never letting him drift more than a few feet away. And Lily looked back. There was no house behind them, no ruin, no smoke, just grass, flat, swaying grass. It was as if the house had never existed, but she knew better. It wasn't gone, it had just changed form. They reached a small wooden bench by the road. Evan sat first, then Jean. Lily remained standing, watching the horizon like it might bend if she stared hard enough. We're not done, she said. Jean looked up. You don't have to say it like it's a curse. It's not, Lily replied. But you heard what it said. It wasn't trying to trap us in the end. It was trying to become us. It doesn't need walls or hallways now. Evan finally spoke, his voice raw. You think it's still in us? Lily turned slowly. I think it is us. Or part of us, at least. That thing, it didn't create the memories. It used them. The pain, the guilt, the decisions. We gave it material, and it stitched a world from it. Jean exhaled slowly. Then maybe the only way to stop it from coming back is to change what we're made of. It sounded too poetic, but it rang true. The house didn't feed on death or blood. It fed on what people buried alive inside themselves. That was why every door was a piece of their past. Why every hallway whispered with the voices they tried to forget. The house hadn't vanished. It had folded itself into their footsteps. They camped under a tree that night. There were no stars. The sky had returned to its blank, slate, gray haze. Nothing ominous, but not comforting either. just waiting. Avon didn't sleep. He sat by the fire they built from real wood this time, turning a shard of mirror over and over in his hand. It was the one piece he'd taken with him from the cradle room, the one that had shown his reflection, fractured. He hadn't looked into it since. "You never asked me what I saw in there," he said quietly. Lily stirred but didn't speak. Jean opened her eyes and looked toward him. Avon continued, "In the cradle, before you pulled me out, I saw a version of myself that liked it. That got Lily's attention." He nodded, eyes not leaving the mirror shard. "I saw a me that felt safe, that wanted to stay there. Because it was simple, no choices, no regret. Just floating. That's what scared me the most." Jean moved closer. "But you didn't stay. I almost did, but you didn't." Avon finally looked up, the firelight flickering across his face. "Because I remembered something. Something stupid. Your voice yelling at me because I ate the last slice of pizza. And for some reason, that memory was stronger than everything else." Lily smiled despite herself. Jean snorted. "Of all things, that's what keeps it away," Avon said. "Not love, not truth, but the tiny stuff. The things that don't feel important, but are. Because they're real." Lily reached into her jacket and pulled out the tiny doll she'd carried since the attic. It was frayed now, the thread barely holding it together. She turned it over in her palm and whispered, "Then we hold on to those." And they did. For days, weeks. Time slipped sideways after that. The world was quieter, almost too quiet. The further they walked, the more Lily noticed that things were off. People didn't speak with depth. Buildings felt slightly wrong, as if they'd been rebuilt from memory rather than blueprints. A bakery had no smell. A school had no books. A woman at a market repeated the same 6 phrases no matter what you said. Avon noticed it too. "They're not people," he said one morning, staring at the town square. "They're versions." Jean leaned on a lamppost. "Versions of who?" Lily answered without thinking. "Us." Because they were. Every face was familiar if you stared long enough. Not exact copies, but echoes. Blends. Pieces taken from old classmates, forgotten neighbors, dreams. The house hadn't vanished. It had spread. Not across geography. Across possibility. This world wasn't the real one. It was a pocket. A stitched shelter made to look like escape. And the more they believed in it, the stronger it became. "We never made it out," Jane said bitterly. "We just went deeper." "No," Lily said. "We're on the edge. I can feel it." Avon backed away from the square. "Then we need to find the seam." Every stitch has one. And that's when Lily remembered something. The first night in the attic. When Avon disappeared the first time, before they understood what the house really was, he left something behind. A drawing. A doorway. In red crayon. But not a normal one. It opened inward. And above it a single word. Not exit. Not freedom. But remember. It was a direction. Not a place. A way out. Not through destruction. Through memory. That night, they sat around the fire again. This time in the ruins of an old church, long abandoned. Avon set down the mirror shard. Jean unfolded the tiny maps she'd been sketching from their journey. And Lily pulled the doll apart. Not in anger. In care. She unthreaded it gently, string by string. And as she did, the world around them began to flicker. Not violently. Softly. Like a dream losing its hold. Lily whispered the moments out loud. "This thread was from your hoodie. This one from the curtain in the room with the screaming mirror. This one from my apron." Each memory recited peeled back another layer of the false world. Until finally, the firelight dimmed. And the church around them crumbled into ash. And they were standing in a place they'd never seen before, but had always felt. Not inside the house, not outside it, but beneath it, where it began. A single room. Empty, except for one thing, a chair, facing the wall, and sitting in it, the first version of Lily, the original, the one who said yes to the house, the one who never left. And she turned her head and smiled. "You're early," she said. "I was just about to forget you." The room was impossibly quiet. and yet it held the kind of silence that buzzed in your bones, not like the hush of a library or a forest. No, this silence felt strategic, as if something in the air was waiting to be filled, like it knew someone would break before long. The walls around them were smooth and blank, colorless but heavy, like someone had bleached grief and painted it over every inch of the place. The air didn't move. Not cold, not hot, just still. And in that chair, facing the wall, sat the version of Lily that none of them had ever dared to imagine for too long. The one who stayed the very first time. She turned, slow and steady, like she had all the time in the world, and none of it mattered anyway. She looked older, but not by years, more by choices. Her skin held the pale weight of someone who hadn't seen daylight in decades. And yet her eyes gleamed sharp with recognition, like she'd been expecting them for far longer than she wanted to admit. "You finally made it," she said. "I thought I'd have to come find you." Lily's chest tightened. "We left. We made it out." The other Lily raised an eyebrow, still seated. "No, you just found a different room." Avon stepped forward, voice careful. "What is this place?" She leaned back. "The first agreement. The one we don't talk about. The one none of us ever remember, unless we get all the way back here." Jean narrowed her eyes. "What agreement?" And the seated Lily smiled. "The one you made. Not just her. All of you. Different parts, different doors. You each said yes in different ways." Lily shook her head. "That's not true. We never agreed to anything." But the woman stood, and suddenly she wasn't just Lily anymore. She was the exact moment Lily cracked. When she said she'd give anything just to have her brother back. The exact second she'd whispered into the dark that she'd trade pain for peace, even for a moment. That version of her had never moved forward, never questioned, never doubted. She just sat, and let the house do the rest. "You said yes the day you stopped fighting," the figure said softly. "You said yes when you decided it hurt too much to be awake." Evan looked down, voice almost breaking. "We didn't know what it meant." "You never do," she said, taking slow steps toward them. "That's how it works. You don't need a signature when you've got surrender." Jean moved in front of Lily. "Protective. So what now? We're just stuck here with you. Let you shame us for not being perfect." The seated Lily laughed, not cruelly, just tired. "You think this is about shame? No. It's about choice. About what you carry. You've been dragging the house with you through every room, every version of reality, every stitched together dream, and every stitched together lie. And you keep waiting for some big moment where it all ends. But it won't." She pointed toward Lily's chest. "Because it's you." Lily stood still. She didn't flinch. She didn't argue. Because, deep down, she knew it was true. Every time the house changed, it was reacting to them. To her. Shifting based on guilt, regret, love, fear. It wasn't just a haunted place. It was a haunted self. A stitched quilt of every unresolved feeling they tried to bury deep. And this room, this final room, was the only honest one. The one without illusions. "You want to get out?" the other Lily asked. "Then remember what you asked for, what you gave. Say it." Lily felt her mouth dry. "I never." Say it. And suddenly, it was there. The memory she hadn't allowed herself to revisit. The night Evan died. The real one. Not the stitched version. The hospital bed. The machines slowing down. The moment no one else was in the room but her, and she held his hand and whispered, "Please. If there's anything out there, anything, take me. Just don't let him go." She never told Jean, never told anyone. She thought the room was empty, but something had heard, and it answered. Lily collapsed to her knees. The weight of it finally slammed into her, not just the memory, but the truth she'd avoided all this time. She had made the first agreement. She had invited the house in. She was the first brick, and everything since then had grown from that moment like rot under floorboards. Jean knelt beside her. "You're not the only one. We all said things, thought things, gave pieces of ourselves away. Evan, silent for a long time, stepped forward. But we're still here. The other Lily looked almost proud. Then you know what has to happen. Lily looked up. What? You can't carry me anymore. I don't know how to let go. You don't have to let go, the woman said. You just have to leave me. Lily's voice cracked. You're me, I was. But I'm the part that never grew. That stayed in that one moment, holding on to that wish like it could still change something. She stepped back into the chair, folded her hands, smiled gently, and began to fade, not burn, not scream, just soften, until she became nothing but light dust in the air, and then even less than that. And as she vanished, the room cracked. A soundless shift, like a muscle releasing tension, after holding for far too long. The door behind them opened. No tricks, no illusions, just a soft breeze, fresh air, real. Evan stepped through first, then Jean. Lily turned once, one last time, to the empty chair, and whispered, "Thank you for waiting," then walked out. The door didn't slam, it closed. Behind her, the chair vanished. Ahead of her, a narrow path through woods, not twisted, not stitched. Real trees, real ground, a world untouched by memory, a place where nothing knew her name. And for the first time, Lily wasn't afraid of forgetting, because she knew exactly who she was now, and the house no longer did. The path ahead was narrow, almost too narrow. Branches scraped against their arms as they moved, and the scent of pine hung thick in the air, not like the artificial smell of cleaning fluid or candles, but raw and wild, like something alive. For the first time in what felt like forever, there was no echo beneath their feet, no shifting floorboards, no sudden change in architecture, just the steady press of earth under their shoes, cool and rooted. It should have been comforting. It wasn't. Because comfort, now, felt like a trap. Lily walked in front, one hand brushing the trees as if to confirm they were real. Evan followed close, still silent, his face locked in thought. Jean brought up the rear, one hand resting near the knife that had returned to her side, not by magic, but by choice. She had carved it again herself, while they camped under an old sycamore 2 nights before. Carved it from memory, and somehow, that had made it sharper than anything the house had ever given her. They didn't speak much. Not because they were afraid, but because they all understood. Words were currency now. Every sentence held weight. And this forest, for all its seeming calm, listened just as closely as the walls once had, maybe even more. It was Evan who noticed the first sign. There, he said softly, pointing at the base of an old, gnarled tree. Beneath the roots, something had been buried, a box, small, wooden, too clean for the wilderness. Jean pulled it out without a word, wiping the dirt away. On the lid was a symbol they hadn't seen in days, but still remembered instantly, the stitched circle. The seal of the house. And underneath it, written in handwriting that didn't belong to any of them, were the words, "In case you try to leave." Lily opened it. Inside were 3 objects: a child's tooth, a photograph of a girl with no face, and a scrap of paper that read simply, "There is no after." Lily dropped the paper like it burned her fingers. Evan stepped back. Jean stood still. "That's a threat," Evan said. "No," Lily corrected, eyes cold. "It's a promise." Because now it was clear. The house wasn't chasing them. It was waiting for them to doubt. Just once. Just enough. It didn't need to drag them back. All it needed was for one of them to look at the road ahead and wonder if maybe, just maybe, the house had been better than this. Simpler. Safer. Known. And when that happened, they would return. Willingly. Lily threw the box into the trees. It didn't break. It didn't shatter. It simply vanished, swallowed by the woods like the house had learned a new trick. "You think it can still reach us?" Jean asked, her voice low. Lily shook her head. "It doesn't have to reach us. It is us." Or it was. And pieces of it still are. Avon finally looked up. "Then what are we walking toward?" No one answered, because they didn't know. Only that it wasn't backward. The forest began to shift that night, not suddenly, not like the house, But subtly, too quiet, too still. Birds stopped singing. The wind died. The air thickened with a hush that wasn't quite silence, more like anticipation. And that's when they saw it. Ahead, in a clearing, stood a woman, not a doppelganger, not stitched, not distorted, but completely still. Her back was to them. Her dress was white, long, untouched by dirt. She didn't move, didn't turn, didn't speak. Lily stepped forward. The woman spoke without turning. "Don't come closer." Her voice was sharp, real, not an echo. "Who are you?" Lily asked. "I'm the last person who made it this far," the woman replied. "The one who remembered too much." Jane stepped beside Lily. "What does that mean?" The woman finally turned. Her face was blank. Not missing, blank. No eyes, no mouth, no nose. Just smooth skin stretched like canvas, and yet her voice remained clear. "I remembered what came after the house." Lily's skin went cold. "There's an after." The faceless woman nodded. "Yes, but you won't like it." Jean crossed her arms. "Try us." And the woman said something that didn't sound threatening, just true. "You spend so long in the house that the world outside stops feeling real. You touch a tree and think it's paper. You hear laughter and think it's a loop. You see someone cry and wonder which thread they're being pulled by. You doubt everything. Until eventually, you start missing the house. Not because it was good, but because at least you understood its rules. Out here," she gestured at the trees, at the sky, at the path behind them. "Or out here, nothing makes sense anymore. You're free, but you'll always wonder if you should be." The wind returned, soft at first, then strong. It began pulling at their clothes, their hair whispering through the branches. And for the first time since they left the house, Lily felt the real danger. Regret. It crept in slow. The idea that maybe she'd left something important behind. A memory, a feeling, a version of herself that deserved to be understood. And the house. Oh, it knew. Even now, it was threading the air with its poison, soft as lullabies. Even clenched his jaw. "We keep walking." Jean nodded. "We don't stop." The faceless woman said nothing more. She simply stepped aside and disappeared. Lily led them forward. And the moment they passed the clearing, something snapped behind them. Not wood, not wind, thread. The invisible thread that had trailed them from the beginning, buried in the cradle, echoed in the hall, whispered in the mirror. It tore. And Lily understood they were past the reach of the house. Finally, truly. But that didn't mean it was over. Because the hardest part wasn't escaping. It was living without it. That night, they didn't sleep. They sat around a real fire, under a sky with real stars, and told stories. Not about the house, not about what they'd seen, just simple stories. Jean talked about the first time she lit a candle with her bare hands and didn't burn. Evan recited a poem he barely remembered from school. Lily told them about a summer day when the light hit a pond just right, and everything felt infinite. And for the first time, there was no echo. No tremble beneath the words, just the warmth of something human. And just before dawn, Lily looked up and whispered to no one, "I'll remember. But I won't return." And the wind, gentle now, carried her words away. Somewhere the house could never follow. The days that followed were different, and yet somehow more haunting than anything the house ever conjured. Not because of ghosts or shadows, but because of the absence of them. Lily had expected monsters around every bend, doors that bit when opened, floors that sighed with grief. But now there was just the world, honest and brutal. The air smelled like rain and soil. The sun rose and fell without flickering. Time ticked forward without distortion. And in that simplicity, Lily felt something she hadn't felt inside the house: uncertainty. It started with small things. Evan burned his hand trying to start a fire, and the pain didn't echo, it just hurt. Jean got lost for an hour in the woods, not because of illusions or maze, like architecture, but because she misread a map. There was no whisper guiding her back. She found her own way. These moments should have been victories, but instead, They rattled Lily's nerves more than any bleeding mirror ever had. The real world, it turned out, was louder than any haunted hall, and it didn't care whether they were broken or healing. It just went on. They came upon a small cabin on the 5th day. Not ancient, not stitched from nightmares, just old, covered in moss, abandoned but intact. Its windows had long been shattered, and vines crept along the edges like green fingers curling into forgotten corners. Jean insisted they check it before moving on. Inside, it smelled of dust and pine. No whispers, no trapdoors, just old furniture and creaking floorboards that sounded exactly like old furniture and creaking floorboards should. But in the far corner of the living room sat a bookshelf, and in that bookshelf a journal. Not leather-bound, not ominous, just plain brown cloth cover, the corners soft with age. Jean picked it up first, but it was Evan who cracked it open. He read the first few lines and stopped breathing. Lily leaned in. What? Evan held the book out, his fingers trembling. The handwriting inside was hers, not someone else's, not a mimic, not similar, hers. Page after page of memories. Moments from the house, some of which she remembered, some of which she didn't. Details that didn't belong in her recollection at all. The color of the cradle floor, the tune the hallway hummed, the exact words the mirror version of Evan had whispered before she shattered it. And at the top of each entry, in red ink, day high, still choosing to forget, they flipped to the final page. And there, in that same red ink, was a warning. Memory doesn't die quietly. It gets buried, and then it claws. Lily felt her throat close. This isn't possible. Jean ran her fingers along the margin. Unless someone's already done this. Done what? Left the house, like we did. Thought they made it out, but didn't understand that getting out is just the beginning. Evan closed the book. It's a test. Lily turned to him. What do you mean? If he pointed to the journal. If we keep reading this, keep feeding those memories, we'll never stop carrying them. The house doesn't need to rebuild. It just needs to haunt us enough that we start doing it for ourselves. Jean dropped the journal on the floor. But the moment it touched the ground, the air changed. Not visually, not physically, emotionally. Lily suddenly felt eyes on her. Not real ones, internal ones. The kind that only opened when you were trying not to look inward. She picked up the journal and threw it into the fireplace. The paper curled quickly, blackening along the edges, and then a scream, not loud, not human, but real. The kind of scream only a memory makes when it's finally being severed. The flames roared unnaturally high for just a moment before calming. Then silence. Evan spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. It tried to hook us again. Through ourselves. Jean shook her head. That's not fair. It's gone. We left. No, Lily said. It can't follow. But it can still wait. In the back of our minds. In forgotten corners. In words we don't write anymore. It's not a house anymore. It's the space inside us that wants to give up. That's what the journal was. A quiet invitation to stop moving forward. That night, none of them slept. The fire burned low, but no one fed it. They sat in the dark, not afraid of it, but watching it. As if expecting something to climb out of the shadows. Not a monster, not a ghost, but maybe a version of themselves. A thought they hadn't had in weeks. A voice saying, it was easier before. Because it was. Painful, yes. Violent, yes, but easier. The house gave you a structure, a system of fear, a way to navigate life if you followed its twisted rules. Out here, there were no rules. The next morning, Lily found a scrap of the journal in the ashes. Just one piece that hadn't burned. It read, some houses are built. Others are chosen. Be careful what you build next. She didn't show the others. She buried it beneath the roots of a tree and walked away. By midday, they reached a fork in the path. No signs. No sounds. Just two equally worn roads. Evan looked at Lily. What now? Lily looked at both paths. Neither called to her. Neither warned her away. Now, she said, we choose without knowing. Jane laughed bitterly. That's supposed to be comforting. Lily finally smiled. No, that's what makes it real. They picked the left path. It didn't matter where it led. What mattered was that they were choosing, not reacting, not following a script written by fear or stitched memories. They walked until their feet hurt, until the trees changed, until the winds stopped sounding like voices, until the ache in their bones no longer came from ghosts. And as night fell, Lily whispered a promise under her breath, I'll carry my scars. But I won't carve new doors for you. Somewhere far away, so far that it couldn't reach anymore, the house heard her, and stayed silent. By the 7th day, the path had begun to vanish, not into darkness or illusion, but into normalcy. The twisted branches no longer clawed at them, like the house's mockeries once had. There were no warnings etched in bark, no bloodstains that refused to dry. Just trees, honest trees, and ground that didn't groan beneath their weight. And yet, Lily felt a pull in her chest. Not like a thread this time, more like a knot. A slow tightening that told her something was close. Not danger, not exactly, but something unfinished. They hadn't spoken about the house in 2 days. Not even in whispers. They talked about birds, clouds, roots that resembled snakes, dreams they had the night before. Jean had even started drawing again, sketching crude outlines of each day's walk in a tattered notebook she found beneath a birch stump. Evan was quieter, but present. He no longer flinched at every sound. And Lily, she smiled more. But not all smiles mean peace. Because beneath that smile lived a memory she hadn't shared. One the house hadn't dragged out of her, one it had overlooked. Or maybe saved. For last, they found the cottage just after sundown. Not buried, not hidden. Standing right in the open like it had always been there. Its stone walls were cracked with ivy, but not broken. The chimney still stood tall, and a faint curl of smoke leaked from it, impossibly steady. Jan hesitated. We should keep going. Even stepped forward. But there's fire. That means someone's inside. Lily said nothing. Her hands trembled, but she hid them in her sleeves. Jean narrowed her eyes. You recognize this place? Lily nodded slowly. It's my grandmother's. Evan blinked. From when you were a kid? She nodded again. But it burned down when I was 7. Jean turned to her. Then it can't be real. No, Lily said. It can't be. But it is. They approached cautiously. The door creaked open without resistance. Inside, the air smelled like cinnamon and ash. Exactly how it used to. The same floral curtains hung in the windows. The same wooden table sat in the middle of the room, covered with chipped teacups and a half-knitted scarf. A rocking chair faced the fireplace, moving gently. Empty. But on the mantel above the flames sat a photograph. Lily walked over slowly and picked it up. It was her. And her grandmother. And standing in the background, almost out of frame, the house. Not the version they'd escaped, the original. Small. New. Like it was still growing, still learning. Jean leaned over her shoulder. That's not possible. Lily stared. She knew. My grandmother, she knew what it was. A sound from the back room stopped them cold. Not footsteps. Knitting needles. Soft clicking. Slow. Familiar. Evan reached for the door, but Lily stopped him. Let me. She stepped into the hallway, every part of her bracing for some twisted reveal. Some bleeding image of her childhood self, or her grandmother stitched into the wallpaper. But what she found was her. Sitting in a rocking chair. Her grandmother, eyes clear, hair silver, knitting the same scarf from the photo. She looked up, smiled. Welcome home. Lily swallowed. You're not real. Maybe not, the woman said. But that doesn't mean I'm a lie. Lily stepped closer. You knew about the house. Her grandmother didn't flinch. It came to me first, when I was your age. Made promises. Showed me things I wanted to see. What did you give it? The needles paused. A memory. Which one? The one that mattered most. Lily felt her knees weaken. Why? Because I thought I'd forget the pain. But I didn't. I just forgot why it hurt. And that's worse. She set the scarf down. Now it's your turn. Lily stared. To give something up. To bury something. Deep. The house isn't chasing you anymore, Lily, but it left a seed, right here. She tapped her chest. And it will grow. Unless you choose what gets to stay and what gets buried. Evan and Jean entered behind her. Is this another trick? Jean asked. The old woman shook her head. No. This is the last one. Lily looked around. Every memory was perfect. Too perfect. Her grandmother had died when she was 8. The fire had taken the cottage. And yet here it was, untouched, unaged. Waiting. She stepped forward and sat across from the old woman. If I have to bury something, she said, it'll be the night I asked for him back. The woman looked up, surprise flickering in her eyes. Lily continued. That night, I made the deal. I thought if I gave enough of myself, the universe would repay me, that someone would step in, undo what had happened. But it didn't. Evan stayed dead, until the house twisted it. Evan stepped closer. You don't have to bury that memory, Lily. It wasn't your fault. I know, she said softly, but it's mine. And if I keep holding it, the house will always have a way back in. The old woman stood, walked to a small wooden box on the shelf, and handed it to her. Then put it in here. Say it aloud, and seal it. Lily took the box in her hands, closed her eyes, and spoke. I give you the night I begged to trade my life for Evan's. I give you the breath I held and the silence that answered. I give you the guilt that grew like vines in my chest. I give it all. Not because I want to forget, but because I want to remember everything else. She placed the memory in the box, not as a spell, not with magic. Just by choosing, she closed the lid. The air shifted, not cold, not dark, just lighter. When she opened her eyes, the room was empty, the fire gone. The photo faded. No scarf, no scent, just dust and stone. Jean walked to her. Are you okay? Lily looked at her. Really looked. I think I'm starting to be. Outside, the morning sun pushed through the trees, and the cottage crumbled behind them, stone by stone. Not violently, just quietly. The kind of collapse that comes when something no longer needs to stand. They didn't run. They didn't mourn. They just walked forward. And this time, the path opened without fear. The wind had shifted again, not in sound, not in speed, but in weight. It didn't press against their skin like it used to. It didn't whisper secrets or scream through branches. It just was the way wind should be. Lily noticed it first. Her body, once trained to flinch at every breeze, no longer tensed. Her heart didn't leap at the crack of a twig. Her eyes stopped looking for seams in reality. And that, more than anything, frightened her. Because peace, after long terror, feels like a trick. The three of them walked in silence. They'd gone days now without encountering a memory, a mimic, or a version of themselves begging to be understood. The world around them was so normal. That was the strangest part. Normalcy had become the new uncanny. Every uneventful sunrise felt like it was waiting to reveal itself as another mask. But each time it didn't, Lily's nerves stretched tighter. If the house wasn't following, if it truly had been left behind, then what came next? Who were they without the fear? They camped near a lake that night. It shimmered with honest moonlight. No illusions. No hands reaching from the water. Just quiet lapping against the rocks. Avon skipped stones for a while. Jean worked on her map. And Lily stared at her reflection until it blurred. It's the longest we've gone without anything strange happening, Evan said, skipping a stone that bounced 5 times before sinking. Jean didn't look up. Don't say that out loud. No, Lily replied. He's right. It's been too long. Jean raised an eyebrow. Too long. You want something to go wrong. No, Lily said. But I don't trust this. She stood up and walked along the lake's edge, boots sinking slightly in the wet sand. The stillness followed her like a dog on a leash. That's when she saw it, half buried in the mud. A thread, red, not long, just a few inches. Frayed at the tip, tangled. She knelt and stared at it. Didn't touch it, didn't dare. Because it didn't belong. It wasn't part of this world, this forest, this lake. It was too clean, too intentional. the color too vibrant against the dirt. Jean crouched beside her. That's not yours, is it? Lily shook her head. It's someone else's. Another survivor. Maybe. Avon joined them. What do we do with it? Lily didn't move. Nothing. But it was too late. The thread began to curl. Not by wind. By memory. It looped around itself, forming a tiny knot. And in the center of that knot, something began to rise. A voice. Small. Childlike. Don't forget me. Lily stood abruptly. The knot trembled. Then fell still. Evan exhaled. Okay. That was new. Jean picked up a rock and placed it over the thread. Let's not find out what happens if we answer that. They moved camp. Quickly. But the feeling lingered. That thread hadn't been random. It was a marker. A breadcrumb. And they weren't the only ones who'd left the house behind. They made it another 3 miles the next morning before they found the next one. This time it wasn't a thread. It was a voice, singing. Soft, melodic, familiar. It came from a clearing, a child's lullaby half, remembered, hummed through lips not quite shaped for singing. Lily froze. The melody was hers. She'd sung it once. Long ago to her brother. When he was dying. Jean whispered, "Don't follow it." But Lily was already moving. Not fast, just drawn. Because the forest wasn't breaking. The rules weren't bending. But something was being woven. Carefully. Slowly. A new kind of trap. One that felt like memory, but wasn't. She stepped into the clearing and stopped cold. It was herself. Not a mirror. Not a distortion. Just her. Sitting on a swing. Younger. 12 maybe. Humming the lullaby. Evan stepped beside her. Is this from before the house? Lily nodded slowly. Yes. This is real. Or it was. Jean whispered. Then why is it here? Because memory doesn't die quietly. It claws, burrows, waits, and sometimes it threads itself into the world in ways that feel kind, but aren't. The girl looked up and smiled. You stopped singing, she said. Lily's throat tightened. Because he died. He's still with you, I know, but not like before. No. The girl tilted her head. Then sing. Just once more. So I can go. Lily stepped closer. Jean grabbed her arm. Wait. But Lily gently pulled away. The wind shifted. The world didn't crack. No branches fell. And Lily sang. Just a single verse. The melody barely a whisper. The moment it ended, the girl on the swing vanished. No scream. No twist. Just gone. Evan stared. That felt different. Jean didn't relax. It's evolving. Changing its approach. No, Lily said, her voice shaking. It's finishing. Jean frowned. Finishing what? Us. Because now she understood. The house didn't need to chase them. It had placed anchors, fragments of memory. Emotional traps, soft tethers hidden in kindness. The red thread, the humming child. Each one a tiny stitch, designed to pull them gently, gently back, not with fear, but with longing. With guilt, with comfort. And if they followed enough of them, they'd weave themselves a new door, willingly. Without ever knowing it, Evan cursed under his breath. Then what do we do? Lily looked at the forest, eyes blazing. We burn the threads. Jean looked skeptical. How? By remembering what they are and letting them go. Not burying, not hiding, but seeing them. Really seeing them. And saying, you are not a map, you are a chain. That night, they didn't sleep. Instead, they lit a fire. And they told stories. The ones they'd always avoided. Jean confessed she let her sister drown because she froze, not because she wasn't there. Evan admitted he tried to forget his real death by creating a better version in his mind, one where he survived just long enough to matter. And Lily told them the full story, not just the begging, but what came after. The years of pretending she was fine, the smiles that meant nothing, the relationships she sabotaged because she believed she didn't deserve love if she couldn't even keep her brother alive. And one by one, the knots unraveled, not with magic, not with tricks, just with truth. The fire roared, the trees stood silent, and in the distance, unseen but sensed, the house tensed, because the quietest stitch had been severed, the one called shame. And without that thread, Hyatt's pattern began to fall apart. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, the air had shifted again, but this time not with weight or warning. It was absence now. The humming beneath their skin, the suspicion in every breeze, the pressure behind each heartbeat, it had gone. And yet that emptiness didn't feel like peace. It felt like something had recoiled. As if the house, realizing its subtle threads were being burned one by one, had retreated deeper into the only place it still controlled, their doubt. Lily stood on a hill overlooking a long field of grass, rippling like the surface of a lake in the wind. It should have been beautiful. But she didn't trust beauty. Not anymore. Not when she knew how easily the house could paint over horror with a brushstroke of light. Even Evan, who had regained color in his face since the cottage, shifted uneasily. "It's too open," he murmured. "Nowhere to hide." Jean, always the cynic, placed a hand on the hilt of her knife. Or nowhere for it to hide. They stepped into the field. It didn't try to stop them. It didn't try anything. And that terrified them more than all the bleeding mirrors and shifting halls combined. Because this wasn't silence. It was the moment before something breaks. Halfway across the field, Lily stopped. There was no noise, no birds, no wind. Even their footsteps seemed to disappear. And then she saw it. A single chair, wooden, weathered, facing the horizon. Evan muttered, "What the hell is that doing here?" But Lily already knew. She walked toward it slowly, every breath measured. With each step, the field seemed to grow quieter, if such a thing were even possible. Her ears rang with the weight of unspoken things. And when she reached the chair, she found something folded neatly on the seat. A dress, her mother's. The one she'd worn the day she left and never came back. Lily stared at it, throat tightening, legs locked in place. Jean and Evan hovered behind her, both waiting for something to leap from the grass. But nothing moved. Nothing threatened. And that's when Lily understood this was the last thread. The house didn't need terror anymore. It didn't need chaos or threat or twisted versions of herself crawling from closets. It had tried all of that. Failed. So now it was playing its final card. Not to scare her. Not even to tempt her. But to hurt her. To remind her of the one thread she hadn't burned. The one she still carried every hour of everyday abandonment. She touched the dress. It was real. Familiar. Still carried the scent of old perfume and cigarette smoke. Evan stepped closer. "You don't have to pick it up." "I already did," Lily whispered. "What do you mean?" "I've been carrying this memory since I was 9. The house didn't stitch it in. I brought it with me. And it's been feeding off it ever since." Jean glanced around. "Then leave it. Let it rot out here." Lily turned slowly. "No, I'm going to wear it." Evan stared. "What?" "Not forever. Just once. Because I need to stop running from her, from what she did, or didn't do, from the way she left, and the silence she left behind. I need to feel it. Not bury it. Not burn it. Just hold it until it doesn't burn anymore." She took off her jacket, slipped the dress over her clothes, and sat in the chair. The moment she did, the world shivered. But nothing shattered. Nothing screamed. Instead, Lily felt warmth in her chest, a dull ache, not sharp like fear, just grief, pure and simple and raw, and for the first time in her life, she didn't try to push it away. She let it fill her. Let it sit there like an old friend who never knew how to say goodbye. Evan and Jean waited, and Lily stared at the horizon, the wind playing with her hair. She thought of her mother, of that last day, of the promise she made, "I'll be back before dark," of the way the sky turned purple and she never returned, of the years spent wondering if she'd done something wrong, if she'd said something, if love was something that could just decide to leave. She let it all sit there, and then, with a slow breath, she stood, took the dress off, folded it, and set it back on the chair, not to forget it, not to abandon it, but to place it down. Finally, the wind returned, soft, real. The field seemed to breathe again. The birds began to sing. And, in that moment, something in Lily's chest loosened. like a knot that had waited years to untee itself. They walked the rest of the way in silence, but this silence was different. Not the weight of waiting. The comfort of knowing nothing was chasing anymore. That they didn't need to look over their shoulders, that the final stitch had come undone. As they approached the tree line, Jean asked the question they'd all been avoiding. So what now? Lily looked back at the chair in the distance. I think we're free. Even nodded. But that doesn't mean it's over, does it? No, Lily said. It means we decide what comes next. Not the house, not the memories, us. They stepped into the trees, and for the first time the forest didn't close behind them. No doors, no echoes, just a path, open, waiting, not stitched, lived. The path was straighter now, more certain. No more bends that turned into loops. No more trees that whispered your name back to you in voices that weren't yours. It was as if the world had been slowly ironing itself out beneath their feet, smoothing over the wrinkles left behind by a place that fed on distortion. But even as the forest lightened and the wind stopped speaking in riddles, something in Lily's gut remained clenched. Not in fear, in awareness. Because some part of her, some deeply buried piece, understood that freedom wasn't a line you crossed. It was a choice you had to keep making. For miles, they walked without speaking. Ivan led the way now, his steps steady, purposeful. Jean watched the treetops, half expecting shadows to blink back at her. Lily trailed just behind, her thoughts louder than the world around her. Because ever since she left the dress on that wooden chair, something had changed. Not just around them, but within her. Like she'd let go of a weight, only to realize she'd been balancing her life around it. For so long that now, without it, she didn't know how to stand. They reached the hill just before dusk. At the top, the trees parted, and there it was, a small town. Ordinary. Unremarkable. It sat in a shallow valley, a scattering of rooftops and chimneys, with smoke curling upward like a greeting. It looked like any other town. The kind with corner stores, porch swings, dinner bells. But to them, it looked impossible. Because it was outside. Outside the house. Outside the twisted timelines and stitched corridors and rules that changed when you weren't looking. It was real, and that was the scariest part of all. Could just be a trick, Jean said. Her eyes narrowed. Another illusion. Evan knelt and placed his palm to the dirt. Smells real. Feels real. Lily stared down at the rooftops, her voice low. So what if it is? What if it's not? What do we do? Jean's eyes never left the town. What we've been doing. We go forward. But the town didn't wait for them to decide. Because the moment they took their first step down the hill, something happened. Not to the town. To Lily. She stopped. Not because she wanted to, but because she had to. Her chest tightened, her breath shortened. She turned. And there, behind her, where the woods met the edge of the hill, stood a door. Just a door. No frame, no walls. Just a single wooden door with a brass handle, closed, and completely out of place. Jean turned. No. Evan stepped toward it. It can't be. But it was. It didn't groan. It didn't shift. It didn't bleed. It just stood there. Lily felt it in her bones. This was it. The last one. The door that never closed because it was never open. The one the house left behind. Not to trap them, but to tempt them. Jean cursed under her breath. Is it real? Lily shook her head. No, but it's possible. Evan stepped beside her. Then what is it? A final test. No, Lily said slowly. It's an invitation. To what? Jean asked. Lily stared at the handle. To forget, she whispered. And she knew she was right. Because she could feel the promise humming behind the wood. This wasn't the house trying to scare them anymore. This was the house offering a way out. Not from fear, but from memory, from guilt, from pain, all of it. Just one turn of the handle, and it would be gone. Not buried, erased. The years of grief, the sound of her brother's last breath, the crack of her mother's voice on the final phone call, the hallways, the blood, the hunger of that place, all of it, gone. She stepped forward. Jean grabbed her arm. Don't. But Lily wasn't reaching for the handle. She was listening. To the hum. To the thread. To the silence. It wasn't pulling her. It was waiting. Do you remember the room with the cradle? She asked softly. Avon nodded. Jean said, too well. There was a door there. At the very end. The one that kept closing before we could reach it. Yeah, Evan said. What about it? Lily exhaled. This is it. Jean stared. But that was inside the house. I know. And we're outside. Lily turned to her. I think we always were. Silence. Not the heavy kind. The kind that reveals. I think the house wasn't a place, Lily said. It was a question. Evan's brow furrowed. What question? Lily stared at the door. Would you rather hurt and remember, or forget and be free? And this was the answer. A door back into forgetting. Back into the comfort of not knowing why the world hurt. Why the air carried weight. Why her own name sometimes made her flinch. It offered her peace, but at the cost of truth. She reached forward. Jean flinched. Evan held his breath. And Lily? Lily knocked. Once, the sound echoed, sharp and clean. Then she stepped back. The door didn't open, didn't creak, didn't vanish. But the hum stopped. Just like that, the invitation withdrawn. Not because she rejected it, but because she acknowledged it. Because she saw it for what it was. Not an escape. A shortcut. And she didn't want one anymore. She wanted to earn the world. Even if it hurt. Especially if it hurt. They turned their backs to the door and walked down the hill. With every step, it grew smaller. Quieter. Until finally, without fanfare, it was gone. Not torn away. Not pulled into a void. Just not there. Because it never really had been. The town welcomed them with open arms. No stitched smiles. No watching windows. Just people, living. Laughing. Carrying their own weights. They didn't ask questions when Lily and the others arrived. Didn't flinch at their worn boots or tired eyes. They just offered food. Warm beds, names. And in that simplicity, Lily found something she hadn't in a long, long time. Belonging. That night, as she stared at the stars, real ones, untwisted, bright and patient, she whispered to the sky, you can build a house from fear, but you build a home from memory. And this time, when she closed her eyes, the only thread she felt was her own heartbeat. Steady. Unbroken. Morning came without warning. No flickering light through cracked ceilings, no sudden screaming silence or broken clocks ticking backwards. Just the soft touch of sun on skin, the smell of dew on window panes, and the kind of quiet that doesn't pretend to be anything else. For Lily, it was the first morning in years where she didn't wake up afraid. But peace, when you've lived in fear for so long, feels like a trick. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the grain of the wooden floor beneath her feet, half expecting it to spiral into something wrong. It didn't. It just sat there, a floor, holding her weight without protest. The town was small. Tired in the way only real places are, where paint peels, because people have more pressing things to do than repaint it. And dogs sleep under porches like they own the land. There were no glowing eyes behind curtains, no children humming backwards, rhymes in the streets. The people here were warm, but not overly so. No one clung, no one stared. They offered help when it made sense, and let them be when it didn't. That, more than anything, made Lily trust them. Jean had taken up work at the bakery, kneading dough like it owed her an explanation. She liked the structure of it. The way bread didn't lie, the way flour coated your hands like proof of presence. Evan had found a job repairing radios and record players. He said he liked the quiet hum of broken things waiting to be made whole again. As for Lily, she spent her days in the library, sorting books, mending torn spines, learning how to read silence without bracing for screams. But even as they settled into routines, Lily couldn't stop feeling like something was unfinished. Not haunting, just waiting. It started on a Thursday. A name. Someone in town mentioned a name. Casual. Forgettable. But it landed in Lily's ears like a dropped plate. Matthias. Her blood ran cold. She hadn't heard that name since before the house, since before Evan died, since before everything. She turned to the woman who'd said it, a gardener, older, sun wrinkled, harmless. "Who did you say?" The woman smiled. "Matthias. The boy who delivers eggs to the general store. Tall, dark hair. Quiet." Lily didn't respond. She walked away without thanking her. The name clanged inside her skull like a bell no one else could hear. Matthias wasn't just a boy she knew. He was the one who disappeared when she was 10. Snatched, the police had said. Gone without a trace. Lily remembered the poster, the crooked smile, the blue hoodie, the way her mom wouldn't let her walk to school alone for a year afterward. He was the first ghost she'd ever known. And now someone claimed he was here, delivering eggs like nothing had happened. She told no one. Not Evan. Not Jean. That night, she waited by the store. The streets were quiet, lit by a single flickering lamp. And then, he came. Basket under one arm, hoodie still blue. Older now. Taller. But unmistakably him. She didn't step out. She just watched. And when he passed beneath the light, he turned his head and looked straight at her. No recognition, no surprise, just a nod, as if they passed each other every day. As if she didn't remember the search parties and her mother's whispered theories. As if he hadn't been gone for 15 years. He disappeared into the alley behind the store. Lily's legs moved on their own. She followed. But the alley was empty. No baskets, no footsteps, just darkness. And on the wall, scrawled in faint, chalky letters, was a phrase we all forget something to survive. She backed away, ran home. Didn't sleep, didn't tell the others. Because suddenly, the town felt too quiet again. The next day, she asked around. Who else had seen Matthias? Most people said they hadn't in weeks. One man claimed he'd moved away last winter. Another insisted he'd died 2 years ago in a storm. Too many answers, none the same. She checked the town records. No birth certificate. No school enrollment. No anything, like he never existed. Except he did. She saw him. She remembered. And that's when it clicked. The house wasn't dead. It wasn't building itself again. It didn't need to. It had spilled. Into places like this. Into names and faces and forgotten alleys. It didn't trap anymore. It drifted. Like ash from a fire long put out, but still clinging to the wind. Not a monster. A memory. And like all memories, it waited to be recalled. Lily gathered Jean and Evan that night. Told them everything. At first, they didn't believe her. Then Evan found the chalk message on the alley wall. Jean went silent. What does it mean? She asked finally. It means we're not done, Lily said. Not with healing. Not with remembering. The house isn't behind us. It's inside us, waiting, quiet, polite, slipping into places where we stop asking questions. Jean looked away. Then what are we supposed to do? Fight it? Burn it again? No, Lily said. Name it. Every time it shows up, every time it wears a new face, every time it tries to soften its edges, name it. Because when we give it shape, it can't hide. The next morning, she wrote the word Matthias on a slip of paper, tucked it into a book at the library, and whispered, "You don't get to drift." Not anymore. She didn't see him again. Not that day. Not that week. The town remained quiet. But the difference now was Lily's eyes. They saw more. Not shadows. Echoes. Soft ones. On street corners. In the way some windows seemed to look away when stared at too long. In songs whistled by no one. But she didn't run. She wrote them down. Cataloged every flicker. Named them. And little by little the weight shifted again. Not away. Not gone. But into something she could live with. Because the house hadn't been destroyed. It had just changed form. And now it lived in the blank spaces between memory and forgetting. But so did she. And in that space, Lily was no longer prey. She was the archivist. And this time, she was the one holding the thread. Lily had always found comfort in books. But now the pages no longer offered escape. They were battlegrounds. Quiet, gentle places filled with weaponized memory. Each spine she touched in the town's old library had a weight to it, like it remembered who had held it last, and more importantly, who had forgotten to return. There was no catalog for that kind of thing, no section marked echoes. But Lily had started building her own, not in the official system, of course. Just a small notebook kept under the counter, pages filled with names, dates, and symbols she couldn't explain yet, but felt instinctively were important. This wasn't a library anymore. It was an archive of the house's ash. And she was the only one who could hear the whispers rising from the bindings. The townspeople called her quiet or sweet when they passed through. They had no idea. They thought she was just a girl helping sort shelves and alphabetize old poetry. But they didn't see the way her fingers trembled when she touched certain books. Ones too pristine for how old they were, or ones that always seemed to fall off the shelves when no one was near. She'd find threads pressed between the pages. Thin, red, unraveling stories that weren't printed but remembered. She kept every one, not out of fear, but out of respect, because these were remnants, not traps, not anymore. They were calls, gentle reminders that something somewhere was still watching. And then came the sound, soft, mechanical, out of place. It started one Tuesday morning, just a low, whirring hum coming from the back of the building. The library had no machines back there, no heating vent or fridge or old printer forgotten in storage. But the hum came anyway, and it didn't stop, not even after she followed it. The door to the archive room was ajar. She didn't remember leaving it open. Inside, the air was cold, colder than it had any right to be. The sound was coming from a box, not cardboard, not wood, a filing cabinet drawer that hadn't been used in decades, rusted shut for years. Now, it was open. Inside sat a reel-to-reel recorder, old, dustless, its reels turning, playing nothing. She stared, listened. The room didn't change. No flickering lights, no sudden drop into unreality. But something about that silence, that machine turning empty tape, felt like a scream with its mouth sewn shut. She stepped closer. It clicked, stopped. Then a voice, no static. Just one voice, perfectly clear, like someone whispering across time, "Don't close the book." Lily staggered back, because it was her voice. Not recent, not adult, young, 12. The same age she was when the house first brushed against her life. She wanted to run. Instead, she looked. In the drawer beneath the recorder, there was a journal, bound in cracked leather, unmarked. She opened it. The pages were filled with her handwriting. Not recent, not remembered. It chronicled dreams she didn't recall having. Moments she didn't think were hers. Like, don't trust the mirror. It only reflects what you fear. He's not your brother. He's a shape in his skin. The door wants you to knock. That's the trick. Page after page of warnings she'd never written. Except she had. Hadn't she? Avon and Jean didn't believe her at first when she showed them. But they knew better now than to doubt her. Jean sat cross-legged in the library aisle that night, flipping pages, brow furrowed. "These aren't memories," she said. "They're instructions." Evan agreed. "But for what?" Lily hesitated. "I think for how to stay awake." That's what the house wanted, wasn't it? Always. To lull, to soften, to sedate. And now, out here in this quiet town, it had spread, not through walls or doors, but through comfort, through routine, through forgetting. But the book, the Echo Journal, was proof of resistance. It was her younger self screaming from the center of the maze, begging her not to go numb. The recorder clicked again. They all jumped. But this time, the voice was Jean's, younger, shaky. "Don't answer the phone." That was all. Jean paled. "I said that once, when I was 6, right before the accident." "What accident?" Lily asked. Jean looked like she'd swallowed a stone. "The one I don't remember. But my mother said I stopped speaking for a week after." They didn't sleep that night. Instead, they stayed in the library, listening, cataloging, remembering. Each voice that came from the recorder was one of theirs, fragments they'd lost, stolen by the house when they thought they'd escaped. The machine wasn't playing messages. It was giving pieces back. Like the house had loosened its grip in the open air, scattering parts of them like ashes in the wind. It made Lily wonder if the house was this weakened, what was keeping it alive at all. And then she knew. The people who'd never left, not physically, but mentally. People like Matthias. People who still existed, but only in pieces. She turned to Jean. We have to find them. Find who? The others. The ones who were taken. Or let it in. Or never escaped. We have to wake them up. Evan narrowed his eyes. But how do we find someone who doesn't know they're missing? Lily held up the recorder. We don't. Their voices will. And in that moment, the mission changed. No longer about running. No longer about escape. Now it was about restoration. Rescue, thread by thread, name by name, voice by voice. Because the house was still here even without walls. Still listening, still waiting, but now, so were they. The library lights flickered, and Lily smiled. Let's start the next chapter. The next morning, the recorder played on its own. No one touched it. No one rewound or adjusted the reels. It simply began spinning at sunrise, the tape running smooth, and a new voice poured through the silence like water into a cracked glass. This time, it wasn't any of theirs. It was a name none of them had ever spoken aloud, Benji. A child's voice, barely more than a whisper, echoed through the library, soft and quivering. The man in the well says he's my dad. He's not. But I told him he could be if he stopped crying. The silence after that was unbearable. Even Evan, who had grown used to the strange cadence of these memory fragments, had to look away. Jean, whose skepticism used to shield her from every horror, just sat down, hard, like her knees had forgotten how to hold her weight. Lily, though, stepped toward the machine. Her hands were steady now. She didn't flinch like she once did. She placed her fingers lightly on the cabinet, felt the hum, and listened for the thread beneath the voice. Benji, a boy who wasn't hers, a name she didn't know. But someone somewhere had lived that moment, or was still living it. And if the house had bled out into the world, if it now scattered its influence like seeds on the wind, then these fragments weren't just echoes. They were coordinates. Pins on an invisible map, proof that the story wasn't done, only widened. She didn't hesitate. She copied the phrase into her notebook, placed it alongside the others, Matthias, the chalk wall, her own warning from years ago, and drew a crude sketch beside it, a well. Jean stood. We need to find the well. It sounded insane. It was insane. But it was the only lead they had. And if Benji was out there, if some piece of him was trapped in whatever shape the house now wore, they owed it to him to pull him back. They started in the outer edges of the town, old farms, collapsed barns, the kinds of places that still bore scars of families who'd packed up and left without a word. They asked locals if they remembered anyone named Benji. Most just shook their heads or smiled politely before walking away. But one woman, an elderly widow with clouded eyes and fingernails stained with soil, paused. She didn't answer immediately. She just said, I had a nephew once. They waited. She looked toward the horizon, where the trees thickened and the sun fell faster. He fell into a well. Or that's what they said. But the rope was never broken. His father just found it swinging. Still, like it had been used. What happened to him? Lily asked. The woman blinked slowly. He came back. But he wasn't him. Where is he now? The woman pointed with one crooked finger. There's a house up that way. Old. No one lives there anymore. But sometimes you hear a boy laughing in the attic. Evan cursed under his breath. Jean was already moving. Lily thanked the woman and followed. They walked 2 miles. No one spoke. The air grew colder, the clouds darker. Not supernatural, just wrong. Like the sky was remembering something it had tried to forget. When they reached the house, it looked exactly like they expected, leaning, splintered. Broken window panes like glass eyes that had seen too much. But it wasn't the house that drew their attention. It was the well. It sat just off the path, overgrown with ivy, the stones crumbling. A bucket lay on its side nearby, and a thick coil of rope hung from the post, swaying. Not in the wind, just swaying. Jean didn't wait. She pulled the rope. It moved easily. Too easily. And when she drew it up, it wasn't a bucket that emerged. It was a doll, soaked, mouth sewn shut. Eyes painted over. Lily stepped closer. And the doll spoke, not with a mouth, but with a sound, a low, ragged breath that vibrated in the chest more than the ears. Then I said he could be my dad. But I didn't mean forever. Jean dropped it. The breath stopped. Lily leaned over the edge of the well. "Benji," she called. Silence. Then, faintly, yes. Not scared, not alone, just tired. "Do you know who you are?" Lily asked. "I was Benji. And now, I'm his memory." Evan stepped up beside her. "What does that mean?" Benji's voice trembled. "I stayed too long. I made deals. I said things I didn't mean. And now the house uses me like a key." Jean knelt. "Can you come up?" "No," he whispered. "But you can come down." "No thanks," Even muttered. But Lily stayed focused. "You said the house uses you like a key." "To what?" Benji's breath caught. "To people. People who are almost gone. The ones who forgot themselves just enough. I find the cracks. I open them." Lily closed her eyes. "You're helping it." "I don't want to. But I don't know how to stop." Lily looked at Jean and Evan. Then back at the well. "We can pull you out. Not your body. Your name." Silence. "Say it," Lily whispered. "Say your name again. Your full name." Benji hesitated. Then Benji Carter. The rope snapped, not broke, snapped upward. Yanked by nothing, the well rumbled. Dust rose. And then a boy, no older than 9, soaking wet. Sitting on the stones, blinking in the light. Lily ran to him. He was real, trembling, but breathing. He looked up at her. "You remembered me?" She hugged him, tight. "We always will." That night, back at the library, the recorder was silent, the reel still. But when Lily opened the drawer again, the journal had changed. A new entry, not written by her, by him, crude handwriting. Scrawled across a single page, Benji Carter. Found, and below it one thread rewoven. Lily smiled through tears. Not everything had to be burned. Some things could be mended. By now, the town had begun to shift. Not with earthquakes or haunted winds, but in subtle ways. Like a building remembering its own shape after a storm has passed. A door that never opened before now creaked in the morning sun. A tree near the post office dropped leaves in the same spiral pattern each evening, as if performing for an audience that no longer sat watching. And the townspeople. They smiled more, but in that real, wrinkled sort of way, not stitched on masks, not rehearsed greetings. They were remembering themselves, little by little, and Lily knew why. Because the thread had changed hands. The house no longer pulled it. She did. And with every name remembered, every whisper given a voice, the thread strengthened. But not into a chain, into a bridge. Benji Carter was the first stitch, a torn name woven back into the world. And once he was found, truly found, not just pulled from some echo chamber, others began to surface. The recorder, which had once spoken only once a day, now clicked twice, then 3 times. By the end of the week, it spun without pause. Dozens of voices, lost fragments of forgotten people, not all as clear as Benji's. Some just breath, some sobs, some numbers. Lily cataloged every one. She had built a wall in the back of the library, covered in paper scraps and hand-drawn maps. Strings tied connections, faces sketched by memory and instinct. Even called it the quilt. But to Lily, it was more than that. It was a breathing thing, a living stitch. Every time they pulled someone back, the air in the town became lighter. Like the house had sunk into the earth, and every name called was another nail in the coffin. But it was never about war. It was about wholeness. The next to return was a woman named Isla. Her voice came through the recorder like wind in a tunnel. He kept locking the cabinets. I never knew why, until I heard the laughter inside them. She had vanished from town 6 years ago. Some said she moved to care for her mother. Others thought she'd simply chosen solitude. But when Lily found her, living in an old trailer outside the river's edge, curtains always drawn, Isla looked up and whispered, "I thought you'd never come." She didn't remember the cabinets anymore, just the feeling of them. The sound of something breathing inside her spice drawer. Lily stayed with her that night, taught her how to write her name again, spoke it aloud until it felt like a heartbeat, and then the next morning the trailer was clean. Not scrubbed, just freed, like a layer of something had peeled away in the night. Isla walked into town before noon, eyes wide but smiling. Her name joined Benji's on the quilt, thread too. Then there was Marlon. He didn't speak much, didn't have to. His echo had come through the recorder as static and one-word basement. Lily, Jean. And Evan found him in the old apartment complex near the woods, sitting at the bottom of the stairs, where the lights never reached. He hadn't left in 10 years, not because he couldn't, but because he believed he hadn't paid the price yet. What price? Lily asked gently. Marlon blinked slowly. The silence. I stole it. Now it steals from me. They pulled him out together. Didn't drag, just walked with him. And when his feet hit sunlight, he wept. Lily wrote his name on the wall herself. 3 threads. Each return came easier, not because the task was simple, but because the town wanted them back. The land remembered them. The air softened for them. The people made space without asking questions. Even the buildings seemed to open their arms. And as the days stretched toward a new season, something extraordinary began to happen. The house stopped speaking. The recorder, once chattering endlessly, slowed, then silenced. The drawer didn't open again. The journal remained blank. But this didn't feel like defeat. It felt like release, like the house, stitched into the spaces between grief and forgetting, had finally lost its grip. Not because it was slain, because it was seen. Lily knew that. Evan did too. Jean still wore her knife, but she smiled more often now. They weren't soldiers anymore, they were weavers. And as the town began to thrive, Lily took one final walk through the fields, back to the chair. It was still there. The dress still folded, but it no longer whispered, no longer hurt. She touched it once, then turned. And in the distance, on the hill where the door once stood, there was now a tree, young, thin, but rooted. She smiled, because where the house had once stitched lies, now grew truth. In that final moment, Lily placed her hand over her heart, and for the first time since she was a child, she said her full name out loud. Not in fear, not in defiance, just in recognition. I am Lily Estrevant. And I remember the wind caught her voice, carried it, welcomed it, because memory was not a prison. It was a place where healing began, where names were not forgotten, where threads once broken were taught to breathe again. And in that town, surrounded by returned voices and forgiven echoes, Lily finally, quietly, came home.